ahead and get started. First thing that's not on the agenda that needs to be taken care of is we need to approve the minutes of our joint meeting. I believe they were emailed out at one time. Representative Freeze.
And I'll second.
A motion from Representative Reese, seconded by Representative Smith. Any questions, submissions, or corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Minutes are adopted. First up, we have a presentation from the Highway Patrol on HP staffing and Capitol Complex security procedures. Major Dean, you're first. Welcome to the committee.
I'm Major Andy Dean with the Kansas Highway Patrol, and here with me today is Captain Amber Harrington, who oversees our Capitol Police Troop K for the Highway Patrol. I currently work with our Public and Governmental Affairs Unit, our Capitol Police, and our communications, and I think we're here to talk about several topics that relate to those areas. So again, thank you for having me here today. So what I'd like to do is just start off with giving a brief overview of our agency staffing. Currently, our agency has 469 sworn members. 424 of those are troopers, 29 are full-time law enforcement officers, with several of those being assigned to Capitol Police. We also have 16 motor carrier inspectors. We have 267 civilian members, which makes up a total of 736 members for our agency. Here is a chart that I created to look back even up to 2019 or back to 2019 to show you how we are currently down 78 sworn members since 2019 and down 16 civilian members since 2019. Our agency is experiencing many of the same recruitment and retention challenges as the private and public sector, as well as many other state patrol, state police, highway patrol agencies, and law enforcement agencies throughout our country. An example is the Iowa State Patrol. They are currently down 100 troopers and experiencing small recruit class sizes, such as our agency. There's a Midwest State Patrol agency that's implementing a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $7,500 relocation fee to attract applicants to their agency. Nebraska and Missouri, they're looking at adopting something similar. The Ohio State Patrol is experiencing similar issues as our agency with the low staffing, but one thing they've also noted is that they are having a lot of their troopers go to larger agencies that are paying more, and that's a challenge that I think a lot of the agencies experience as well. So this is just some of what we're hearing in our conversations with other state patrol and highway patrol law enforcement agencies throughout the country. Obviously, there's a lot that plays into this. I think the economy is one thing that affects our agency. Something's got to give. The economy is going to either need to improve or our pay is going to need to be looked at even closer. Obviously, COVID created challenges with folks wanting to work from home, and they know that they can work from home and make more. It appears the current workforce is diminishing. The KHP we hire to a higher standard. We put our applicants through an extensive background process to hire the most qualified and upstanding citizens that we can find. There's the anti-police and defund the police movement that's out there. What I will say about that is, in Kansas, we are very fortunate to have a citizen base that supports law enforcement. You can't go into a restaurant or a coffee shop without somebody coming up and thanking you for the work that you do. And it's a very rewarding occupation for sure. You have the negative news media that's out there. I think a lot of your younger folks see that and they're not wanting to come into law enforcement because of that. And then the dangers associated with police work. You see that in the media as well. Salary and wages is something that we continuously look at. And a lot of that is just because it's very challenging to stay up with some of your larger agencies with the pay. So, and I'll talk about that here in a minute, but I just wanted to talk for a brief second about the vulnerabilities that are associated with reduced staffing. Obviously, the slower response times to calls. We're going to be less timely in assisting our local partners and agencies when requested. We are an assisting agency, a support agency for the state, and so that can affect other agencies as well. It's less than optimal troopers and officers on the roads. You know, with the reduced visibility, you're not going to have the motors slowing down and paying attention to their surroundings as much. We must rely on other resources for additional coverage, whether that be other agencies or special units within our agency to rely on. There's obviously officer safety concerns in some instances, and then the burnout and retention as another factor. So I'd like to spend some time talking about our recruitment and retention efforts for the Highway Patrol. We did experience an increase in applicants with the implementation of the career progression plan in 2016. We did receive recent pay increases in 2022 with the support of our legislators and the governor's office. We have experienced a slight increase in applications since this pay increase became effective. And here is just a snapshot of where we were at last year around this time and where we're at now. The top section there, you can see a trooper trainee when they started our academy in 2021 would have been making $18.70 an hour. If you drop down below, they're currently making $25.05 an hour. And then the trooper, once they graduate from the academy, last year they were making $21.13 an hour for the first 3 years, and then currently they're making $27.61 an hour. So that pay increase has definitely has helped bring applicants to our agency. So we do have our career progression plan, and we also have our deferred retirement option plan, which is a lot of our members have participated in. It's been proven to be an invaluable tool during this national labor shortage. One area is, well, several areas that we focused on as far as our pay was our VIN, or our Vehicle Identification Number program, our port inspector program, our capital area guards here for the complex, and also our part-time law enforcement officers here at the complex. These employees, we were having a hard time filling these positions or the vacancies due to their pay. And with the support again of our legislators and the governor's office, we were able to implement a pay increase for those positions. I can say for the VIM program, we've seen a substantial increase in the number of applications for that program. We have worked to modify our hiring process for trooper. It used to take almost a year to get through that process. Now we're down to just a few months. We do have an online personality-based test that we implemented, I believe it was in 2020. It's called Wonderlic. This test took the place of our written exam that we were administering throughout the state. So we're able to just send a link to an applicant. They can take the test online and know the results within just in a matter of days. This test does measure cognitive abilities and motivational traits. It's a leaner and quicker hiring process for the agency. Our command staff, we do background reviews on a much more frequent basis than before. We used to do it one time a year. Now we're doing it multiple times a year. And so we're able to extend a conditional offer to these applicants to get them into our agency and keep them interested. We are an accredited agency through CLIA. And one of the requirements for CLIA is that we have a recruitment plan for our agency and that we do an analysis each year of that recruitment plan. I can say I've been involved in that plan for the last several years, and it's been a very good tool for our agency. It not only helps us to document the steps that we're taking and the efforts that we're taking for recruitment, but each year we go back and we analyze what we've done. And I think it's been good for our agency. We look at demographics and other factors as well. We do have a full-time recruiter for the agency, Lieutenant Corey Beard, who's stationed in Kansas City. We have 7 public resource officers or troopers that are assigned throughout the state. And here recently, we just started a program where we have adjunct recruiters throughout the state that also help with our recruiting team. Those officers all make up the recruiting team. They stay in contact with our applicants throughout the hiring process to keep them motivated and interested again in the agency. And so they stay very involved in your career fairs and your criminal justice programs throughout the state. Here's just a few examples, the photos there of recruitment ads. One on the right there with the trooper and the civilian member standing there. That's a recruiting fair here in Topeka that they attended. And again, we attend several of those throughout the state every year and in other surrounding states as well. We have our social media and publications that we stay very much involved in. We do paid ads through Facebook, Instagram. We've posted posts. Well, we stay very active on social media with our posts almost daily. We do publications. All of our public resource officers have a social media account, a Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account. So they, again, stay active on those accounts. Some refer to those as our tweeting troopers. We do have a Spanish an agency Twitter Spanish account that is maintained or monitored by a Spanish-speaking trooper in the Kansas City area. As far as our vacancies, we post those on our State of Kansas website. We've been using Indeed for the last year, and it's been very successful. We obviously have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and then our KHP website that we use regularly as well. One thing that we did in 2022 is we gave our website a new look. What we found was that when we hire troopers, we asked them where they found out about the vacancy or how they found out about us. And the majority say it was word of mouth, career fairs, or our website. So we've, again, we have freshened up our website, if you will, made it more user-friendly. And we also, we had the KansasHighwayPatrol.org link for our website. We created a ks.gov link to make it easier for applicants. And so that's a link that's out there, and it'll take you to our vacancies. So we've taken several steps there to try to improve on that. Publications, again, we've done a number of publications. This is just an example of a pregame magazine that we were that several articles were published in recently with the KHP and highlighted several of our members and had a lot of pictures in it. They did a really good job. You can see our troopers there on the lower right and the Capitol Police Officer there in the front of the cover. There's a military magazine that we recently published an article in, and again, other publications are worked on regularly. Here's a few examples of posts that we do on our social media for not only our uniform positions, but our civilian positions. Our communications, we're currently down several dispatchers in our dispatch team in Salinas. So that's something that we're working towards bringing interested applicants and qualified applicants to our agency. A couple other posts for administrative positions as well. So I gave you some numbers here as far as our last 3 recruit classes. You will see that these recruit classes are much smaller than we've seen in the past. In class 61 there, that was our last class in 2021 that started in, I believe it was in July of 2021. They graduated December. We had 4 graduate in that class. Class 62 started out our 2022 calendar year. We graduated 7. And for the first time in our agency's history, we had class 63, which was a prior certified law enforcement officer class, which was basically officers in Kansas that were interested in being a trooper. They were prior certified law enforcement on good standing with CPOST. And we were able to condense that academy to 11 weeks as opposed to the 23-week academy that we currently have. So we were looking to bring more people in that were qualified, and we were able to graduate 3 in that class. There's the dates there, the April 2022 through June of 2022. That's when that class ran. Currently, we have class 64 that's currently underway. We have 5 troopers in that class. So we're hoping to have 15 new troopers for 2022 with those 3 classes. Class 65 is slated for January of 2023. We received 182 applicants for that class. Again, it'll start in January. And we just did the interviews here last week, and we gave 15 offers and received 15 conditional officers that were accepted. So we're hoping that they make that through the rest of the background process. So our plans to address some of the current challenges Obviously, we're going to continue to stay engaged with interested and qualified applicants. Again, our recruiter, our public resource officers, and our adjunct recruiters will continue to stay in contact with them. We encourage all of our members to think about the fact that they are recruiters for this agency. When they put this uniform on, people see this uniform, and so they are all recruiters in our eyes. And again, hearing from the applicants that have applied from our agency, that's where they're hearing about us, is through word of mouth and at career fairs. So again, the career fairs is something that we've continued to stay involved in. Military events. Again, the social media publications, we plan to continue to stay involved in those. We just recently did some ads on Instagram, and in just a week's time, you're reaching over 40,000 viewers. And we had, I can't remember exactly how many that actually watched the video, but it was several thousand. Again, our cadet lawman, or our cadet law academy that we have every year for our juniors in high school. That's a good way to bring kids in from high school and expose them to our academy life. It's a week-long program that they go out and do firearms, driving, and they have classroom work that they do. So that's just a good way to bring some of the younger generations in to see how our agency works and to hopefully recruit them. And then we have our collegiate law program as well, which is very similar to the cadet law, just for college students. So one of the areas that I work with is our public and governmental affairs unit. I just wanted to touch on this briefly. This unit is currently assigned to our general headquarters here in Topeka. The captain, or the troop commander for that unit, is Captain Mitch Clark. We have 3 lieutenants assigned to that area. We have our legislative liaison lieutenant, which is Lieutenant Roy Wise. You may see him from time to time over here in the chambers. We have our state public information officer, which is Lieutenant Candace Brashears. And we have one lieutenant, our recruiter, Lieutenant Corey Beard. These employees work over here in the State House during session. They serve as our legislative liaisons, and they provide the coverage in both the House and Senate chambers and assist with security when needed. Our Capitol Police, I do want to touch on that. Captain Amber Harrington here today, she is the troop commander for Capitol Police. Our headquarters is located over in the Docking State Office Building. The captain currently has 5 lieutenants assigned to Capitol Police. We have 1 administrative lieutenant. We have 2 field lieutenants, or Capitol Complex lieutenants, that work the Capitol Complex. We have 1 State House lieutenant and 1 lieutenant over our part-time law enforcement operations. We currently have 17 full-time law enforcement officers assigned to Capitol Police. 11 of those are assigned to the Capitol Complex Patrol. 2 are assigned to Cedar Crest, and 4 are assigned to the State House. So that gives us a total of 23 full-time law enforcement officers, including the captain for Capitol Police. We currently have 12 part-time law enforcement officers. Again, these are our officers that are in suit and ties. A lot of times you'll see them down here in the visitor center conducting the screening. They are assigned to the State House, Insurance Building, Judicial Center, and Memorial Hall. We have 16 Capitol area guards, which are civilian guards for the agency. We have those assigned to the State House, Curtis State Office Building, Landon State Office Building, the Eisenhower State Office Building, Scott and Mills Building, and Central Monitoring. And Central Monitoring, for those who aren't aware, it's our group that monitors the cameras for the Capitol Complex in our key card system. And I'll go in a little bit deeper in a minute on our Central Monitoring. We do have 4 communication specialists in our own dispatch for Capitol Police, and we have 2 clerical staff. So that gives us a total of 57 employees for Capitol Police. We currently have 1 full-time vacancy for Troop K, Capitol Police. We're hoping to see more applicants with the pay increases that were implemented in 2022. Below just shows you what a law enforcement officer 1 would have made in 2021, which is the $19.65 an hour for the first 3 years. And with the recent pay increases, they're now at $27.61 an hour. So substantial increase there for those positions starting out. We are down 8 part-time law enforcement officers. We're down 5 from 2019. and currently down 5 capillary guards. That's down 5 from 2019 as well. Those are 2 positions that we've really looked at and worked on to increase the pay, to get more people in the door and to get them interested. Again, the new pay increases in 2022 for those positions. We're hoping to see more applicants like we did with the VIN program. And from what I'm being told, we are seeing a slight increase in those applications for those positions. You can see below there, capillary guard in 2021 would have made $12.98 an hour. We were able to, with the support of our legislators and governor's office, we were able to increase that starting pay to $15.03 an hour. And for our part-time law enforcement officers, we were at $19.16 an hour. We're now at $23.31 an hour. So staying a little bit more competitive there, and again, to hopefully bring qualified applicants into our agency. This a couple examples of some social media posts for our vacancies at Capitol Police. Again, our guard positions, we're needing to fill those, and we're wanting to get that word out there. You can see maybe down below there that we had around 36,000 reaches on that particular post for Capitol Police on the left. Our capillary guards, again, they are assigned to several of our Capitol complex buildings, but one of the important functions that they also serve is our central monitoring at docking building. These guards that are assigned to central monitoring monitor over 270 cameras for the complex. These are pan, tilt, zoom cameras with around 100 cameras being assigned to the State House. These guards also monitor our Secure or our key card system and our fire alarm system for the complex. There's a little over 600 doors and 400 panic alarms that they do monitor, so it can keep them busy at times. The system will alert them if there's a door that's held open too long or forced open, and the panic alarms that we have throughout the complex as well, they monitor those and contact dispatch if those are activated. The Department of Facilities handles field repairs in state buildings, and we obviously work closely with them. Here's just a snapshot or a picture of our central monitoring, what that looks like with all the monitors on the walls. And again, there's over 270 cameras that they monitor and cycle through with those monitors. We do have a monitoring station or a backup station in the State House down here at the Visitor Center. It's a backup for central monitoring. We have the alarm panel on the right, which we can send out automated alerts and warnings for fire, active shooter, and emergency type situations. Again, we have 5 full-time law enforcement officers, including 1 lieutenant for the State House, and then the 5 part-time law enforcement officers that work together to provide our screening for the complex or for the Capitol. We do have 3 capillary guards, and again, our central monitoring that provide 24/7 coverage for the State House. Here within the last couple of years, we have been utilizing our Capitol complex officers to come in during the evenings and to be present in the State House for additional coverage. Again, our street officers are being utilized for this, and these officers assist with the screening of visitors as well during normal business hours. Here's a couple images of our screening equipment for the State House. We do have 2 astrophysics X-ray machines that are, I think, were purchased in the last 3 years for the Visitor Center. We have 2 metal detectors for the Visitor Center and 1 large astrophysics X-ray machine for the dock or loading dock that we utilize. So again, our security screening primarily serves to deter criminal activity. And is used to identify and intercept unlawful firearms, weapons, and explosives and contraband from entering the State House. It allows our officers to monitor all visitors and citizens coming into the State House. And our officers are required to adhere to all federal and state laws pertaining to concealed carry and the performance of ID checks. So I know over the last 2 to 3 years, I would say we've seen an uptick in the number of events, rallies, protests, if you will, in the complex. Our agency, the Highway Patrol, has a critical incident response policy and manual that we utilize. It's used for special events, for planning and coordination for large scale events. We do utilize the National Incident Management System or also known as NIMS, and the Incident Command System. Operations plans are established for these large-scale events and rallies. We've done several in the last couple of years that we establish command posts and incident commanders and have that system set in place. We also work closely with our federal partners and our local partners on those events. Troop commanders develop response plans in cooperation with local authorities for events of potential concern, and that often involves coordinating communication services, facilities, medical services, specialized teams and functional support, and personnel, equipment, and supplies. We also participate in state exercises and training. And our agency, we do have a mobile field force team, which is a contingent of troopers specifically trained and equipped in mobile field force tactics. They may be activated to be staged and or deployed by the superintendent for civil disturbances or any high profile or high security event with credible intelligence. So again, we're working closely with our local, state, federal partners and working with that unit if it's needed. The last thing I wanted to touch on was, the docking state office building where our headquarters is currently located. And I know that the DFA is here and Secretary Burns Wallace. But this is just a brief slide on the impacts on our agency. As far as central monitoring and dispatch, we're looking at relocating to the Land and State Office building. We would recommend the Capitol Police be returned to docking state office building if at all possible. And we understand this is very new and there's still a lot of decisions to be made, but that location has been convenient for our agency, especially with large events and protests, to be able to monitor the crowds. And we have our central monitoring and dispatch right there with our command post. So that's worked out very well in the past. I know there's some locations being looked at for our administrative offices, but again, that's all underway, and there's several decisions that would still need to be made. We do have the tunnel access that's been very handy for our agency. I think it's good to have that to the State House that connects to the docking building. Again, I touched on this a minute ago, but the command post, if we have an event, it's nice to have that central monitoring and dispatch there. We're able to not only view the cameras live, but speak with our dispatchers and have that communication immediately as opposed to over the radio. With the recent assessments that were done for the Capitol complex, one of the recommendations is to look at additional manpower, which I think will be talked about here at the next presentation, but we would probably need to look at adding more capillary guards or officers to Capitol Police for that project if it's implemented. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I would stand for questions.
Committee questions for Major Dean. Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major, thank you for the presentation. How do our salaries compare with surrounding states?
So when you look at other states, we were quite a ways behind. It was $4 or $5 an hour or more with the surrounding states. With this recent pay increase, I think it's made us much more competitive. But what happens is, and we've seen it, I just saw an article here last week that the Johnson County Sheriff's Department recently received a pay increase, which brought them from, I believe it was $23.50 an hour to $28.50 an hour. So there's agencies already taking steps to bypass the current raises that we receive. So it makes it very challenging to hire. But I would say with the recent pay increases that we're much more competitive.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, due to what we're seeing on the television reports for the last several years, couple years maybe, the attitude and morale in Kansas Highway Patrol, situations like that, is that detrimental to recruitment?
I think it could be, but I think that we kind of touched on several of the areas that have hurt recruitment, and I don't think it just has anything to do with just morale. I think there might be a small group that has those issues, but I think for the most part, I think it has to do more with, again, the negative news media and some of the things that are happening. The pay, I think, is a big piece of that. But I think as far as our agency is concerned, we we have some great recruiters for our agency that are out there working hard and trying to bring people to the agency, and just being involved in the background process and seeing the applicants and the issues that we're dealing with there. It's hard to find good qualified applicants to bring to the agency. Again, we've had our deferred retirement option plan in place for, I think, 3-4 years now. That's proven to be successful. We have interested members that are participating in that. So again, from my perspective, I think the morale is good, but that's my perspective. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you talk about your recruitment and your selection process, and it appears you do a really, really good job of screening that out. In the local areas, we have to deal with the sheriff's departments and the city police and all that stuff. They don't have that opportunity. Do you share any of your screening processes with the locals so they could maybe use that to help them recruit and screen?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know that we've shared it. I know we've talked to other agencies about it at conferences and in our trainings together. But I think most law enforcement agencies, from what I know, they do a lot of the same processes that we do for hiring. You have your psychological testing, your polygraphs, written exams. So I don't know that it's a whole lot different, but I really couldn't speak to what they're doing or what we've shared.
So as a follow-up on that, with the pay issues going on, and I think you're still grossly underpaid. I wouldn't do what you do for three times the money. So it looks to me like at some point in time, we're going to have to work together with local law enforcement to see if we can't provide better quality applicants and stuff like that coming through the process. And as you move those requirements up, you got to pay for that.
Absolutely.
And so we have not done a very good job at that. And it finally all came to a head here in the last 2 years. So hopefully we can get a path forward on working together and maybe increase those salaries to the point where we have, instead of losing people to other states, we have other states coming back here to work.
Yeah, and again, that's just the challenge is, once you get a pay increase in effect, other agencies are looking to do the same. And I know a lot of our larger agencies in the state of Kansas area do start out more.
Thank you.
Yep.
Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many openings do you currently have unfilled?
So let me switch back to that slide if I can. So we are currently down 78 sworn positions or uniform positions for our agency, and we're down 16 civilian positions. I think our goal is kind of around the 525 mark for uniformed positions currently.
One pool of potential folks for you that I haven't heard very much about yet today, and workforce issues are all I've been hearing about for months, right? Is how I heard about one person who is bilingual in Kansas City. Is there a bigger effort? That's a huge number of folks.
Sure.
Potentially.
Yeah, it is. And that's something that we just started up here a couple of years ago. We do try to keep our recruiters involved in your multicultural organizations and groups throughout the state. But that is our only account for Spanish speaking. Yep.
That maybe that could get beefed up a little bit in one more. If that's okay. And what about folks who are recently retired that might come back?
Sure.
Would take very little to get them up and running, I would think.
Recruiting?
Yeah.
That's a good idea. We've talked about that, but it hasn't been implemented. But thank you for the suggestion, though.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Major, for all your work on this. This is really informative. And just a couple of quick questions. What's the background on the capital area guards? Are they retired law enforcement?
No, they're civilian members, and they do go through a background process, but they are not armed. They're just civilian.
And then the LEOs. So part-time, are they still working elsewhere too?
So yeah, a lot of our part-time officers are retired law enforcement that come back. They maintain their certifications. They do carry a firearm uh, and have full arresting authority. It's just the part-time are able to work the 999 hours annually as opposed to full-time.
Yeah, I would probably concur with some of the other statements from colleagues that money, is definitely an issue. I mean, you could, for the wages here set, you can't hardly hire a regular security guard in town
Yeah, that's
for
the
that money. And it's just like, boy, what do we need to do to?
yeah with our recent pay increase, we're hoping that does help some. But again, we were losing guards to a lot of other private sector businesses, and that were paying a lot more. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for filling in today. Do you have a question, Marcy or Senator Francisco? You can proceed if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated the information about. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated the information. Thank you, and I will try to be there in person this afternoon. I appreciated the information. I do.
We're having some audio difficulties, Senator, so you want to try it one more time real quick?
The docking renovation. And I'm wondering about the docking. I'm going to send my question to Connie.
Thank you, Senator Francisco. While we're waiting on that question to come in, a lot of our law enforcement agencies across the state are fairly small in size, and you guys provide the backups and specialty services. Is that being impacted quite a bit by our lower number of troopers and response time?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you specifically the impacts, but I just know that working out in the field for many years, that our local agencies rely on us a lot to help with providing coverage. And you can't help but think if we're low on staffing that it's going to affect that. We do have our aircraft unit that we utilize, our K9 unit, our special response team. Those units respond throughout the state. And I think that by us having lower staffing in the field affects those units, and it can affect their response time as well.
Thank you. And then, are we losing some people off the drop program on that for a set period of years?
Yeah, I don't believe I remember the sunset on that. But we do have several that are participating currently that would be eligible to retire fully in the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a curiosity question. Under recruitment and retention efforts, you have military magazine. I'd be curious if you knew which magazine that was. And then a couple slides later, plans to address current challenges. Military is mentioned again. And I might have spaced when you were discussing that, but I'd like to know more.
So yeah, our recruiters, they stay involved with these military bases when they have events as far as recruiting. I don't recall the name of the magazine off the top of my head. I did try to find that this morning and couldn't. I was wanting to say it was in the last year or two that we published that, but it went out to several thousand officers throughout the country that are close to retirement with the military or leaving the military. And so we wanted to reach out to them as well. That's obviously a good pool of candidates to pull from. And so we encourage our recruiter and our PROs and adjunct recruiters to stay involved in those military bases, since we do have those in Kansas. So something that we continue to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of discussion about shortages and the need for additional officers, which I appreciate. I understand all that discussion. However, you mentioned that the number 65 class, we had 182 applicants. Less than 1 in 10 were actually eligible for interview. You also mentioned that we, meaning the KHP, hires to a higher standard, which again, I appreciate and understand that. We want top-notch individuals. But my question, and then I would have another question as well, Mr. Chairman. My question, when we have 182 applicants, it appears that we have plenty of individuals who are desiring a job with KHP, but they're not qualifying because of the higher standards. Has there been discussion amongst the troopers and leadership of KHP about loosening those standards without compromising safety and security for our citizens as a way to have more troopers and personnel filling these vacant positions?
Yeah, those conversations have been had. But when you look through the applicants, and I know that's a high number and a low percentage that we're actually bringing to the academy, but there are many factors that play into that in the background process that keep us from hiring those individuals. There's a lot of issues with the applicants that we just can't take on that liability. And so again, we try to hire to the high standard. We want to have qualified applicants that we know have good ethics and morals and good decision making. And unfortunately, that's just where we're at currently with our process. Is we're receiving these low numbers going to the academy, but a lot of that's because of the background process. When you start out, for example, when your applicants apply, so 182 applicants, you may only get 140 of those that actually take the online exam. The exam that we administer now, we're actually having a higher pass rate than we did before. That test has been an improvement, I think, to our processes. But when they take that test, you're losing about another half of those applicants just from that test. And again, to me, we're having a lot higher success rate with that test than the old test. When you get to the background part 1 or the polygraph exam, we lose about another half. At least that's what history's shown. And so you're losing a half at each step. And that's where you get to these lower numbers. But I think our agency, and it's unfortunate we have the low numbers that we have, but we would much rather have good quality employees out there on the road that are dealing with citizens and enforcing our laws, and instead of having to deal with the effects of hiring someone that maybe shouldn't have been hired, if that answers your question.
It does. I understand.
Yeah.
But I also know that sometimes we have an individual who made a mistake or judgment as a youngster,
Yep.
early teens, or even early adulthood, that they are then potentially disqualified for life, whereas they may have had a total life change, heart change, and would make a great trooper. And I'm not going to micromanage, but I just thought I'd throw that out as a possibility. But another question, you mentioned in a slide that the Midwest State Patrol has implemented a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $7,500 relocation fee. So this would be a two-part question. Have we, Kansas, considered that? And has the Midwest State Patrol, has that been beneficial to them in retention? I realize the 5,000 sign-on bonus, I might sign on and stick with you for a period of time until I qualify and then move on to something else. So that can be a positive in bringing in, but does it have long-term ramifications? So that'd be a two-part question.
Well, to answer your first part, yes, it's been talked about by our executive leadership. It's being looked at. As far as the other agencies that have done this, I couldn't tell you as far as if it's brought more people in. I think it's probably fairly new still to know, but that's where we stay in close contact with those agencies to see how things are working for them. We're constantly trying to think outside the box on new ways of bringing people in, and that's just one of the things that other state police agencies are trying.
Thank you. And I do have a question from Senator Francisco. With the difficulties of moving the agency out of docking, is there a cost estimate for such a relocation?
I believe D of A will have that in their presentation following mine. I don't have those figures.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, committee? See none. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have Department of Administration.
Good morning, committee. Hope that you all are doing well. It's good to see you all.
Good morning. Please state your name.
I'm Secretary D'Angela Burns Wallace. Sorry, Secretary D'Angela Burns Wallace. There were a couple of items that were sent to us that the committee wanted some background information on. And the first is, as Major Dean alluded to, because of the facilities of Highway Patrol that are located in docking, with the renovation of docking, we will be working with Highway Patrol to relocate them. And so, as he mentioned first, the central monitoring, and you saw the pictures of all of the cameras that they are monitoring. And that is one of our first priorities because we will replicate that particular facility within the Capitol complex for them. We will have both of them stood up for a very short period of time to make sure that they are working, that there's no loss of any of their functionality. And then we will transition them into that new location. So they will not lose any of their functionality as we move that central monitoring unit. And then we will also be relocating the rest of the KHP staff that is located in docking. And as of right now, per the plans moving forward, they will be coming back into docking and we have worked with them to make sure that we understand kind of the needs and the specifications going forward. And even being able to expand kind of their operation and functionality in that new facility. So we will be relocating that entire group in and throughout the Capitol complex, and we're working with them to make sure that we are getting them a space that operationally meets their needs during this transition period. But their move out of docking is slated for December of this year. So with that, I can answer questions on that before I go on to the second item.
Committee, any additional questions?
Oh, I apologize. Senator Francisco's question, if I can answer that one. So all of the costs associated with the move and transitioning KHP out of docking and back into docking are actually built into the cost of the renovation project. So there are no additional costs that'll be incurred. That was all built into as necessary for us to move out, renovate, and move back in.
Thank you. Do we have any additional questions? Representative Housley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary. I guess so. So the Capitol Police are scheduled to move out in December, and are we sure on the groundbreaking of the renovation of the docking building? Do we know a start date on that? Is that all been finalized?
So we can provide you all. There is a timeline that we've circulated with joint buildings and with a legislative budget. We can provide that to this committee as well, and we are still on track for that timeline. So that is shortly after the first of the year. Yes.
Okay, because I sitting on the building constructions committee, it seemed like there was some alterations of what recommendation came out of that committee and what we're actually moving forward with now. And I know we get an update, I want to say later this month or next month upon the progress of it. So maybe I'll catch up and understand more then, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same starting deadline. Thank you.
If you could get that to our committee assistant, that'd be great. She can get it distributed.
we will get that out this week.
Further questions? Seeing none, you may proceed to the next one.
Right. Our second item is the Capitol Complex Security Technology. And this is, we're going to pull up a slide. Just a minute. And we spoke with you, I want to say, I guess it was last fall, just around some of the work that we were doing in terms of looking at the Capitol Complex security enhancements. So the camera systems, our card key system. And so wanted to give you just a quick update. And I believe it's just a simple slide, kind of where we are on that project. The project does include video surveillance and access control system. And we did put out an RFP earlier this year. And we received 5 responses to that RFP. All 5 bidders are still viable and active. We are in the middle of that RFP. So please understand it is an open RFP. Our interview started with those 5 candidates last week, I believe. And once that is awarded, then we anticipate that that project will run about 10 months. And so it would be complete by the summer. And again, this is designed to be kind of holistic security operations. So our video cameras, our card key access, kind of full integration of that, our current system, just truly modernizing. You think about the cameras that we have now, having just kind of updated cameras, updated capabilities in that, having more integration in terms of our lock key system, our card key access system, and just really bringing that entire system up throughout the Capitol complex. It also includes within that Cedar Crest, as well as the state print shop as kind of the footprint of this particular project and the security around that project. I can stand for kind of general questions. If there are specific questions that the committee would like to go into around specificity of aspects of the kind of complex or component, and then we may need to consider going into a closed session.
Committee questions? Seeing none.
Well, thank you so much. If we, what I will commit to is as we do wrap up this RFP process, I will make sure that you all get an update, even if I don't see you in person, just as that it's wrapped up, what's been awarded, and then that timeline. And so we'll make sure we'll get that back to you, but it'll probably be in late October once we have all of that information.
Excellent. I don't know whether this information comes to Connie Burns or Jill Shelley, but either one will get it to the right person.
Will do. Thank you.
We're quite a bit ahead of schedule now. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it, since we are ahead of schedule, I did not ask a question earlier of the major just to stay on schedule. Would it be acceptable for him to come back for a question that, since we're sort of way ahead?
Major, would you be willing to answer another question? Returning to an earlier agenda item. Major Andrew Dean, Executive Commander. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't ask this earlier again because of time's sake, but last year during this committee, there was discussion about the possibility of what I would call a training for legislators, which I would suggest be done sort of in a private manner. But in case we were to have an active shooter in either chamber or in the Capitol building, a lot of legislators may not know exactly how to conduct themselves. We all know that some legislators are carrying, some are not. We don't want to get into a situation where you got a lot of crossfire and so forth. In any event, there has not been any training, or at least if it was, I missed that day. Has there been any further discussion about that as a possibility? Don't want to even face this, but the reality is the world we live in, that is a possibility.
On now. Sorry if you couldn't hear me, but yeah, shortly after committee last year, we set up training for the legislators. I know we'd worked with legislative services to set up this training. We even took our active shooter training that we provide throughout the state, and we condensed it down to, I believe it was 2 hours. And unfortunately, we scheduled that for the State House, and we had no one participate in that training. But I will say that that training is always available. Our public resource troopers, they are out there teaching that class on a monthly basis. They provide it to other state employees and businesses. So again, that's there. If we do want to attempt to have something like that again, I would highly recommend it. I think it's a great training that we provide. And in years past, we've also had active shooter training for our officers here in the complex to actually expose them to training scenarios. We were able to use the docking building at the time to do that. So, but again, we're here to provide that training if it's requested.
I appreciate that, Major. I guess I'm thinking that if it is known that legislators and Capitol personnel know how to conduct themselves, what will happen might reduce the likelihood of an active shooter. And again, I'm thinking in the chambers, when we're in session, sometimes we could be a little vulnerable. And I realize we've got personnel outside the chambers and outside the gallery for security purposes. But I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get into too many details, but I still would like to see, Mr. Chairman, where there would be something after a session or something where everyone stays, the cameras are off, the gallery's cleared of any public, and then there could be some training. So if there were someone in the gallery or managed to get on the floor, legislators know, should we run? Should we get under our desk? Should we shoot back? Etc. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Dean.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask staff, do we have a motion prepared for a closed session with Department of Administration? We have a follow-up question. Glad you stayed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures that protect the Capitol complex with the appropriate individuals from the Department of Administration and the Kansas Highway Patrol pursuant to KSA 754319B12C, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures. That the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House, and I'm going to say about 10 minutes. So at 10:13, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Ware. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, motion carries. We'll clear the room except for necessary individuals.
To protect Taiwan, we will hit you with an EMP. And there's a couple of different types of EMP. One is from a nuclear blast, but another one is from high-powered microwave weapons where they send an EMP burst directed. In 2015, 2 Russian MiGs went beside the Donald Cook in the Black Sea. The whole ship died. They had to tow it in. And you can find that in April of 2015. We're doing work with Stratcom, and we're dealing with the difference between active EMP mitigation and passive. In the mill standards 188, 125.1, and several other mill standards, to be able to protect from an EMP, you have to have a secure enclosure, basically a Faraday cage. That is great for command and control, but we were able to prove with our patents and testing of our devices, we can protect non-buildings with Faraday cages. You have a little bit of shielding because of the conduit, and our equipment actually has been tested and certified to protect against that E1. Military standard says you have to be able to take 5,000 amps within 20 billionths of a second. We take 20,000 amps in 2 billionths of a second. We are setting new standards. So you have an active approach and a passive approach. A passive approach is where you have a building that is passively protecting. Then you have active, which is where we're actually on the system. We protect fuel, refueling systems, communications, IT infrastructures, backup generators, pipelines, emergency personnel, food preparation, water and wastewater. We protect substations so they don't go down. We protect power generating facilities. Again, when it goes off, you have the EMP coming down, the energy coming down. All of your power generating stations is receiving all of that energy. We keep the controls from going out and getting burned up during the time of that EMP. EMP surge suppression now fast enough to absorb the ground and initial EMP or E1. We are the only ones that have actually been tested to where outside of the Faraday cage, we actually protect from an E1. For buildings, facilities, infrastructure, computing, especially data centers, lightning is extremely slow when you're dealing with EMP. We're a lightning surge suppressor on steroids. Support strategies installing EMP surge suppression on the military for the C5 ISR systems, EMP protection of fuel, water, security. Our devices, these are the military standards and IEC standards. The military standards are what the military says has to be protected for EMP. The IEC standards are equivalent to the military standards, but they are on a worldwide basis. And our equipment can be purchased direct from GSA, whether you're a federal, state, county, city government can get it through the GSA. Before I get into the threats, some of the threats and things that I will be going over is it for general conversation and for general public. Do you have questions for what I've gone over?
Any questions so far? Representative Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've given us a synopsis of what we should be aware of. Is the Korean satellites? Are our capabilities equal to or better than? You need to go into security session to discuss that.
I cannot discuss that in this setting.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just a heads up, Mr. Carty runs an advanced electronics manufacturing company located in rural Kansas. I was fortunate enough, Representative Smith got me a tour. I was so impressed with the facility that I thought it would be good to have just a briefing in our committee. Any further questions? Okay, now your next part of your presentation, you're saying needs to be in closed session, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long are we expecting this to take?
10, 12 minutes.
Right. Okay, so we'll say at 10 till. Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures that concern threats associated with electromagnetic pulses with the appropriate individuals from M-Shield pursuant to KSA 754319B 12C, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 North at the State House at, looks like 10:52 a.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Peck. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We need to clear the room except for the appropriate individuals. Okay, committee, we took no business during our closed session. We are back in open session now. Getting ready for another presentation. It'll be just a few moments while we get some presentations lined up. I believe we're ready for the presentations for the Adjutant General's office. That's fine. Start by stating your name. Thank you. And then when the slide's up, you're ready to proceed.
You have the slides in front of you, Mr. Chairman, in case they don't get those up.
I do have them, but we are in open session right now. If this needs to be closed, let us know.
No, sir. It'll be everything that we have here is open source information.
Excellent. We may, since I'm running behind schedule, go ahead and start.
Okay, yes, sir.
With the slides in front of us.
Okay, so again, Mr. Ken Weishauer, I'm the Director of Public Works for the Adjutant General's Department, and I appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today about our installation security, our installation energy and water plan. So the next slide, we'll have our outline. We'll discuss the installation energy and water plan, which you'll hear me say IWEP, so that's what that stands for. We'll talk about our infrastructure, our energy master plans, our energy project programs, and then our energy security performance over since our baseline years of 2003 and 2007, respectively. So the next slide on the program overview, specific to the IWEP, we'll discuss mission critical selection criteria for our facilities, our risk assessment, an analysis of the risk associated with our portfolio, and finally, the implementation plan and progress. So slide 4. IWEPs are required across the Army inventories of facilities, and they're designed to provide a roadmap for energy and water security and resilience, ensure mission readiness, and safeguard mission assurance. is also designed to consolidate planning and ensure we have one repository for all associated information regarding energy and sustainability. This facilitates shared understanding to ensure effective and efficient management of the program. It also integrates executive orders, laws, regulations, DoD instructions, and policies. The Kansas IWEP was completed on December 1st, 2021. Our annual update for FY22 will include adding the 35th Division Readiness Center and the Mission Training Command Barracks at Fort Leavenworth as mission-critical facilities. Additional work in FY22 will include post-cybersecurity protocols, such as implementing the risk management framework for our direct digital control systems. On slide 5, although there are several criteria to use to select mission-critical facilities, we weighted criteria based on an analysis of our portfolio of both facilities and missions. Criteria that was most heavily weighted include function and service area. We wanted to ensure that we not only had selected the most critical missions, but we also selected locations that would provide coverage for the entire state. The difference between those facilities selected and not selected were underpinned by 2 criteria: whether or not the facility hosted a critical mission versus an important mission, and whether their utility interruption would have a significant impact on our operations. Our primary selection criteria included at least one facility in each Homeland Security region, regardless of mission, and the Division, Brigade, Garrison, and Joint Force Headquarters, network communication nodes, facility support training missions, and designated emergency shelters. On slide 6, it's a map of our critical facilities throughout the state. Critical facilities in Topeka include the State Defense Building, which houses KDEM, OITS, the Kansas Army National Guard Communication Node, and the Joint Operations Center. Also in Topeka, we selected the Civil Support Team, which is Building 2003 at Forbes, and the Adjutant General's Headquarters facility, and facilities associated with aviation operations. Salina included aviation operations, our barracks, and our conference center, which is also can be used for an emergency shelter. And the remaining locations were selected to provide geographically dispersed operation centers throughout the state. Slide 7. So the IWEP mission critical overview. So really 3 key areas here: critical mission sustainment, which focuses on ensuring that all established mission critical facilities can operate for at least 14 days in the event of a catastrophic failure of the utility network. The objective is to either have redundant capabilities on site or on-demand contracts in place. Critical risk reduction identifies deficiencies in our infrastructure. This allows for further analysis to plan, program, and execute projects that eliminate capability gaps between what exists today and what infrastructure that we need in place to be able to effectively operate for 14 days. Installation risk reduction establishes risk from inadequate operational procedures and plans, the condition of our infrastructure, and the availability of energy and water to support critical missions. It also identifies inefficient use of energy and water resources. Next slide is really the risk assessment, and this slide depicts the specific utilities that were assessed for both sustainment and risk. On slide 9, key risk factors for meeting the critical mission reduction requirement for electricity include: 1, the availability of backup or continuous power source to the critical facilities, and 2, the availability of adequate fuel or energy storage to supply a power source for a 14-day period. Our primary focus since 2014 has been the installation of backup generation at each of our mission-critical facilities. In addition to backup generation, we have focused programming efforts on solar as an alternative electrical source. To mitigate the risk of inadequate on-site fuel storage, we install generators with fuel tanks that will allow the generator to run for a full 24 hours before it needs additional fuel. We have on-demand contracts in place for fuel delivery. The remaining deficiencies are either outside the department's control or very costly to address. On slide 10, we have the critical mission risk reduction for natural gas. The key risk factors for meeting this requirement are inadequate on-site storage for both heating fuel and propane. With the probability of occurrences low in the event of concurrent power or natural gas outage at the installation, the critical interruptible buildings that rely on natural gas backup generators would also experience power outages. We have mitigated this risk by ensuring that we have on-demand contracts in place to deliver fuel as needed. We also are analyzing the cost of converting associated systems into dual fuel systems to provide additional redundancy and therefore resilience. On slide 11, water and wastewater. Water and wastewater deficiencies will require immediate planning, programming, and contracting efforts to address the shortfall noted. Issues include inadequate storage, no on-site water storage plan, and no on-site wastewater plan. The most likely course of action will be to issue on-demand contracts for the delivery of potable water and portable toilets. It is unlikely in most locations that we will construct water or wastewater storage facilities at our readiness centers. Slide 12, installation risk reduction for electricity. Army Directive 2017-07 identified 4 attributes to assess installation risk. These attributes included critical mission sustainment, assured access, infrastructure condition, and systems operations. For the purpose of this risk assessment, any item characterized by a score of amber, red, or black is considered an installation risk. This list is used to inform the department to develop courses of action. For each measure that received a score of amber, red, or black, a corresponding course of action was developed, which, if implemented, would improve the score and thus reduce installation risk. Slide 13 on natural gas. Critical mission facilities at the Kansas Army National Guard have a limited reliance on natural gas for mission execution. Natural gas is a fuel source for all buildings assessed for general building-wide heating, domestic water heating, kitchen cooking equipment, and 3 facilities use natural gas for backup generation. The critical mission risk evaluation assessed the risk to critical, interruptible, and priority facilities from deficiencies in our natural gas system to include system exposure, condition, and lack of redundancy. Areas that require immediate attention at the installation level include adequate on-site energy, emergency backup, on-site storage capacity, and a testing and inspection program. Slide 14, water and wastewater. Key factors at the installation level for water include the availability of sufficient on-site water to support critical facilities, on-site supplies, equipment, and staff to treat the water to ensure potable water at the critical facilities, backup power at all water supply, distribution, and treatment facilities and wastewater pumping facilities to run for 14 days, and finally, fuel and fueling capabilities on-site to refill the backup power sources that serve water supply, distribution, and treatment equipment and wastewater pumping facilities. The IWEP implementation plan. Specific tasks and subtasks have been defined for each of the 4 strategies listed and range from low cost, no cost, to capital intensive activities. These tasks have been prioritized for implementation based on their contribution to risk reduction, demand reduction, operational efficiency, and specific criteria of importance to the installation leadership. Details of this prioritization and planning effort include the level of impact to each course of action to various scoring factors based on installation goals, course of action priority rankings, and potential funding and execution mechanisms for each course of action. Specific details include the task title, the responsible party, the funding type, the cost, and the programmed year of execution. On slide 16, the key takeaway for this slide is Kansas is complete with their installation energy water plan. And as you'll note on the slide, those states that are in green have completed their plan and they're eligible to receive federal funding. Those states that are not in the green have not received funding for this year and won't in the future. So it's good news that we have ours turned in and completed. On the next slide, we talk about our resilience and conservation infrastructure throughout the state. This slide identifies the mission critical facilities, resilience and conservation infrastructure. The categories that support energy security include backup generation, direct digital controls, solar power, geothermal, solar walls for heating, and advanced metering. Green indicates the equipment is installed and in use. Amber indicates that it's an active construction project. And red indicates the project is planned and programmed, but not yet funded. So slide 18, we transition from the IWEP into our energy master plans, of which we have 2. So the Kansas Army National Guard commissioned 2 energy master plans to address resilience, conservation, and sustainability goals. The first is an Army-only plan that covers the entire state with the exception of Forbes Field. The second master plan was specific to Forbes Field and was a joint plan that included both Army and Air Force facilities at the base. The statewide plan focused on current and projected energy and water usage across the portfolio. It included comprehensive analysis across 9 selected areas on the slide. It also provided a prioritized list of projects, which included project scope and cost. The next slide. The project justification for all the projects listed in our master plan are nested in one of the following sustainability planning goals. These goals include both the reduction of energy and water use and the production of electrical and thermal and renewable energy. Slide 20, our energy master plan at Forbes. The second energy master plan focused on Forbes Fields, which includes the air base that is home to the 190th Air Refueling Wing, and South Forbes, which includes the Army facilities such as the Armed Forces Reserve Center and the facilities that support aviation operations. The goals were to estimate energy consumption by both services and to recommend energy production and conservation projects. Slide 21. The framework for decision-making for the Forbes master plan centered on 3 criteria: critical load, implementation and execution, and long-term performance. The critical load is assigned to mission-critical facilities. Projects that support critical missions by remediating risk are given priority for funding. Implementation and execution consists of developing a life cycle cost analysis to determine if the project has a high return on investment. The quicker the project can pay back the investment, both construction and projected operations and maintenance, the higher priority for funding. Finally, long-term performance ensures that the project will benefit the installation throughout its engineered life cycle. On slide 22, this table represents an analysis of alternatives that were considered at each location. The governing criteria included energy independence, net zero compliance, cost effectiveness, sustainability, regulatory impact, public outreach, and simple payback. Each technology was scored and given a rating of strong, moderate, or slim potential. On slide 23, we transitioned from our energy master plans to actual projects that support the energy master plans in Iowa. So the first is the ESIP project that was at Fort Riley, which was our first project. So we have a baseline of funding that comes into the Adjutant General's Department each year for operations and maintenance. This is actually a separate funding stream that we compete against all other projects across the Department of Defense. So the ESIP project at Fort Riley talked about geothermal, lighting, and occupancy sensors to reduce our demand and our cost. The difference between ESIP and ERSIP is we added resiliency in over the last 3 projects that we've had. So initially it was more about conservation, and now we've really gone into more resiliency and conservation. So slide 24 talks about our project in Topeka. And you can see the last project was just under $1 million. This was $1.85 million. It was all federally funded. This was a project that did geothermal lighting, demand control, ventilation, and this was for the flight facility in Hangar 682, which covers our aviation operations. On slide 25, this is an active project in Salina. You can see the project cost was $3.7 million. And this adds a solar canopy, both ground mounted and canopy mounted, backup generation. And the picture on the right shows all the buildings that we went through and did low flow fixtures to reduce our water usage. Slide 26 is at Forbes. So this is a projected project for FY24 at $4.8 million. And this is a very similar project. You can see where we have a canopy mounted solar array that will go in, backup battery systems, and a distribution system. Slide 27 is projected for Fort Riley for FY26 at $6.4 million. Again, these are all 100% federally funded projects. Very similar project where the canopy solar grid, battery backup, and then a distribution system. Slide 28, this will be for Fort Leavenworth. This is still a really programmatic design with our engineer team, so it isn't flushed out quite as much as the other 2 projects. They're actually an active competition for programmed years. So this will actually do a private microgrid, backup generation, solar, battery backup, and then low flow water fixtures, which will reduce our demand on water. So slide 29 is our energy security performance. So there's 2 graphs for both energy and water that show really from the baseline years of 2003 and 2007, respectively, the consumption that we've had. So it really talks about energy reduction and water reduction. And Sarah and I started my sustainability manager. We went from really focusing on just energy to energy and sustainability. So I think if you look at 2014, when our focus shifted, you can see that the cost curve and the demand curve have gone down. And really external influences on some of that would be the deployment cycle and the construction of new facilities. So last year we built the division headquarters and the barracks. So our on the, at least the water side with the barracks, that demand went up a little bit, but overall, I think you've seen kind of a glide path of energy and water reduction. So pending your questions, that concludes my brief.
Committee questions. See none, I do appreciate the fact that you're looking at the conservation to help reduce the need for extra energy. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, I think we have Dave Young, Deputy Director.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any open presentation?
No, sir. It's all closed.
Okay, we may need to get a motion. Okay, committee, if you'd like to state your name before we make our motion. And your presentation is going to need to be in a closed session.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a motion? Could you repeat your name? The microphone
Yes,
didn't get.
Dave Young. I'm Deputy Homeland Security Advisor for Kansas.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young, can you tell us how long you think your presentation will last?
If I go fast, probably 45 minutes. We can squeeze it down if necessary. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I do whatever you need.
45 minutes for presentation, Mr. Chair. Do we want 10 to 15 for questions or?
Probably at least 10.
All right. Well, that would put us at 10 after 12. So, Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 7543-19A to discuss matters related to security measures that concern threats to the state of Kansas with the appropriate individuals from the Adjutant General's Department pursuant to KSA 7543-19B 12C, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 12:10 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Presented by Senator Cluse. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? We're now in closed session. Please give us a moment to clear the room. started. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. First up, we have a presentation on K-12 school security. We have John Calvert, Director of Safe and Secure Schools Unit, Kansas State Department of Education. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is John Calvert. I am the Director of the Safe and Secure Schools Unit with Kansas State Department of Education. Joining me today in the gallery are my cohort, Jim Green, who's the School Safety Specialist, and our wonderful leader, Dale Brungard, also with the Kansas State Department of Education. I'm here today to provide you a brief overview of our unit and kind of what we've done, especially over the last 2 years. I find that it's appropriate to kind of start from the beginning. And so we start with Senate Bill 106, Section 76, which was passed in 2018. And basically what this says is that this created our unit within the Department of Education. It also gave us a $5 million school safety grant, and it charged us with collaborating with 3 state agencies and to come up with what we believe is a good round school safety standards that are not mandated, but that our schools can strive for when we talk about school safety. This is the Senate bill that's continued and kind of spells out a lot of the 9 standards that we took straight from this bill. We started this unit 4 years ago. I started actually on October 1st of 2018. So we just passed the 4-year anniversary. And this was the first thing that we were charged with, was coming up with these standards. This was not something that we took lightly. It is something that we collaborated on both internally and externally with our local emergency management, our local law enforcement, our school law enforcement, and internally within the Kansas State Department of Education as well. And we did come up with the 9 school safety standards pulled from Senate Bill 106, Section 76. And those standards are as follows, and it's listed there for you as well. We talk about infrastructure protection, hardening our doors, our windows, etc. We talk about standard 2 is technology. So we talk about cameras and different avenues to be able to use technologies in our schools to help them be safe. Standard number 3 is the communications with first responders. So often when we talk with schools, how are we going to communicate with those responding to our location? What's the best way we can do that? Then we talk about communication outside of schools. How are we communicating to our parents? How are we communicating to those students or staff members who may be outside of the school building, maybe even off campus at a field trip? And how are we communicating with our parents, community members? We want to talk about, in Standard 5, is having up-to-date crisis plans, reviewing those constantly, talking through even after a situation or after a drill, what can we do to be better? What is it that we can improve on with our crisis plans? We talk about trainings and exercises in number 6. Specifically in 7, we talk about the mandated drills. And back in 2018, it was 4 fire drills, 3 tornado drills, and 9 crisis drills. We were lucky enough to be able to collaborate with you all and talk that year about how those were a lot of drills for our schools. We actually averaged a drill every 11 to 12 school days that school year. And so Senate Bill 120 actually changed the amount of school drills, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. Standard number 8 is about having accountability and making sure that when we create plans, that it goes out to our local law enforcement, to our local emergency managers, to our fire departments, to make sure that what we're doing makes sense in our community, comes back and gets approved by our school and by our local boards of education. And then Standard 9 basically says that if a district so chooses, firearm safety education, K through 5 is the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program. 6 through 12 is the Hunter's Education program provided to us by our Kansas Wildlife Parks and Tourism, or any other evidence-based programs. If a school district so chooses to do that, those are the programs that are allotted. Then in 2019, like I made reference to, Senate Bill 128 came out, changed the number of drills that our schools do, and this is what we still adhere to today. Under the direction of the fire marshal, we have 4 fire drills, 2 tornado drills, 1 in September and 1 in March. And then under the direction of our unit at Kansas State Department of Education, we do at least 3 crisis drills, and those are subject to approval again by the Safe and Secure Schools unit here at Kansas State Department of Education. What we try and talk through our schools with, especially after COVID hit and coming out of COVID, is to not forget that we actually have 22 recognizable hazards here in the state of Kansas. We average 2 to 3 earthquakes per day in the state. So trying to remember that it's not all one thing. We want to make sure that we are all hazards prepared here in the state of Kansas and not focusing on one or another. As I stated, we were charged with partnering with 3 agencies. We actually partner constantly with 8 state agencies, from Kansas Highway Patrol to our fire marshal to the Attorney General's office, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, just to name a few. And they're all listed for you there on those on that slide as well. We have been, in the last 4 years, we've been very, very privileged to have been awarded a $5 million Safe and Secure Schools grant 3 of the last 4 years. This last year, it came out of House Bill 2567, $4 million in state aid and $1 million in federal aid to our schools and our school districts to be split at a dollar for dollar match. And those could be used for standard 1 and 2, so the infrastructure and our technologies in our schools. And then it also went a step further this year, and it talked about hiring new school resource officer positions, not funding existing ones, but funding new school resource officer positions. What we found in the last 4 years, and having this grant in the last 3 of them, are some needs that we are needing. And so what we found is that in the first 3 years that we've had this, we've received over $11 million each year in requests for a $5 million school safety aid. And so what we've done is we've basically made it a dollar amount per pupil. This year, it came out to about $18.42 per pupil, or the amount you requested, whichever was less. And so, as I stated, we've had anywhere between $10 and $12 million each of those 3 years that have been requested. And what we're finding, especially now, is that they've had opportunities for 3 years now for the infrastructure and for the technologies. And we turned down a lot of requests this year specifically for communications, because you could not apply for that portion with this grant. So school districts were asking for things like radios or repeaters to be put in their schools, or communications as far as intercom systems. And we were not allowed, and we were not able to provide those through this grant fund. And so a need for this grant kind of moving forward is to open up a little bit to allow communications to be applied for, and to be allowed for training for our school districts once they put something in, to make sure that our teachers, our staff members, and our kids know how to use that product. It's a very short turnaround from when it's signed. This year, the bill was signed May 16th, and our applications were due into our office on June 10th, so that we could formulate the formula, see what all we have, communicate back and forth with our school districts, and ultimately have it on the docket for our State Board of Education to approve on July 12th and 13th, so that we could get the money to our schools as quickly as possible, so that they could start making those upgrades prior to the school year starting. But we don't just do grants. That's not our sole purpose. We do way more than just that. In the last 2 years, I'll highlight a little bit of what we've done. We traveled the state and talked to anybody and everybody who will listen to us. Both Jim and I love to talk to people. And so whether it be students, staff members, community members, parents, we will talk about anything and everything that has to do about school safety. And we've actually, in the last 2 years alone, have given over 150 presentations on school safety. Some of those being national. I'm actually traveling at the end of this month to go to Houston, Texas, to be a keynote speaker and a presenter at the National Student Safety Conference in Houston, Texas. We are learning from so many different agencies around not only Kansas, but around the country, to make sure that we are at the top of our game here in Kansas, to make sure that our schools and our kiddos are safe. We are part of a lot of different teams and collaborations, not only within our agency, but again, we collaborate with those outside of our agency, so that if we get a phone call from a school district that says, hey, we're having problems with this area, we can contact that state head and say, hey, let's work things out between us. What is it that we need to keep our schools safe? We are working through our school safety drills and helping our schools navigate those, especially in the times of COVID. And yes, just in case we all forgot, COVID was a very big deal in the last 2 years. So helping our schools navigate this ever-changing time and things that were going on over the last 2 years. One of the things that I'll highlight as well that's not on the sheet here, but I feel like it's very, very important. We were able last year to kind of go and help our school districts, and we were able to go substitute teach. Every so often, we would be able to get into our schools, substitute teach. And I'm going to tell you, it was an amazing switch. Even though we're in schools all the time and we're able to talk to students and we're able to present to staff members, it was a very different way to go in and be able to interact with a smaller group of students every hour, to be able to go in and talk to our staff members and ask them questions about what is it that they're dealing with. And that left us with a very, very lasting message, and that we're able to take back and work through and help. Types of presentations we give, again, we will talk about anything and everything that has to do with school safety. But we have messages about change being student-led. We strongly believe that the number one thing that we can do to keep our schools safe is to build and maintain positive relationships with our students, and to have student buy-in through any change or anything that's going on in our schools is going to help our schools, both the culture and climate, and therefore keep them safe. We talk to districts about having a plan, how to create your plan, and how it changes depending on what's going on. We can't give a plan a one-stop shop. Here you go. This is going to work for all 286 districts. It's impossible. What works for one district might not work for another one. So how to build your plan specifically to what the hazards are that you in your school district face. We talk about social media. Our kids 2 years ago were given, my kindergarten student 2 years ago was given a Chromebook and brought home this Chromebook. And I went, I don't know if I'm ready for my 5-year-old to have access to a Chromebook. And that's what we found, is that our adults, our parents, don't understand what all is going on social media. And a lot of times our applications and things that are put out for our kids are meant to get around what our adults know to look for. I'm very, very proud to tell you guys that we have nationally recognized tabletop exercise drills that we are able to go and do with our schools. Jim Green has done a fantastic job making those. And again, those have been picked up by our national partners and used not only here in Kansas, but elsewhere around the country. But what are people saying? It's one thing for me to come up here and tell you guys about what our unit is doing. I think it's very, very important that we listen to the feedback that we're getting. And what we're hearing, especially when we go to school districts and talk about active assailant drills and helping our districts plan for those events and going through their plans, is that we're doing so in a trauma-informed way. So often districts thought it was going to be scary. Our teachers thought it was going to be frightening. And what they're telling us and what they're coming back with was that the way that we are presenting took a little bit of the stress away, took a little bit of that anxiety away. Districts are saying that without us and without the presentations, that it helped them get on the same page with local law enforcement, their emergency managers, fire department, and whatnot. We're allowing the space in the area to come together and actually truly work together, and that what we're doing and the message that we're getting out to our districts is valuable. And the last slide that I'll put out there is the most important one to me. It's the one that shows that we're doing everything that we absolutely possibly can be doing. And when we talk to our students and they feel comfortable enough sending us messages like, "You saved my life," that's what we're all here for. The unit is here to support our school districts, to make sure that we can continue to provide them the assistance to keep our schools, our students, and our staff members safe. I thank you so much for the time that you've allotted me. This is our contact information, but I will at this point stand for questions.
Committee questions. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noted that you said it was training and communications that were the two areas that the grants don't cover. I serve on the 911 Next Generation coordinating council, and the 911 monies are also not being allowed to be used for radios. Do you have any idea of the scope of that, or could you help us in the future by saying, you know, what kind of a demand is there for those radios? How would those work with 911 communications? And then what might an overall total bill be if we try to address that concern? And I don't expect you to have that answer right now, but you know, if we want to look at that, we sort of need to understand the magnitude of that problem.
Absolutely. And what I can tell you a little bit, obviously, I'm not going to be able to have a dollar amount for you for that. But with the 800 megahertz radio system that our law enforcement has switched to, it could be as, I want to say easy, but it's not easy, but it would be as one of those where you would have a radio in the office with a dedicated channel to law enforcement or to our first responders, to where if our secretary, our principal, a teacher, a student picks up that radio and presses the button, it goes to a law enforcement dispatch center that can then start communicating back and forth with our schools. So that is something I'll definitely look into about how much that would cost. I can tell you that we did have a lot of requests for radios for that communication, where we're not just picking up the phone and hoping to call 911 and be able to talk that way, but to talk directly via radio. So that's something that I'll definitely look into. I'll get you that report back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice presentation. You said you had 3 crisis drills a week. Is that my understanding on your pages?
I'm sorry, it's 3 crisis drills per year.
What are your crisis drills?
So that is up to the school district to decide. We tell them that they have to have at least 1 lockdown drill, but a crisis drill is any one of those 22 hazards other than the tornado or fire, which are covered by their own. But if the district wanted to do a lockdown drill, if they wanted to do a earthquake drill or a severe weather drill, or a reunification, anything that's covered by those 22 hazards, we tell them that they need to do at least 1 lockdown drill per year.
Creates a lockdown drill.
I'm sorry?
Creates a lockdown drill.
So again, that's going to be dependent on the districts and the types of different lockdowns that they have. Obviously, the active assailant inside of the school would trigger an active assailant lockdown. It could be suspicious activity outside of the school that triggers a lockdown. It could be maybe a police chase or an incident that is around the school that would create a lockdown. There are also schools that cover lockdowns as far as secure inside of a classroom for like medical emergencies, to clear the halls, to make sure that the student that is having or the staff member that's having a medical emergency is safe, that we clear those halls and let emergency personnel come in.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, hearing what are people saying? On the other side of the drills, I was genuinely concerned about how my staff would respond to training and the thought of blank gunshots in our hallways. Blank gunshots in the hallways. Can a Uvalde situation happen in Kansas? Are you prepared for that?
Absolutely, it can happen anywhere. Even
are you prepared for it? How do we react? What will we do?
So again, that's going to be. Are they preventable? We're still working on. We're relying on humans. So anytime we rely on humans, there's always going to be a factor that we're not going to be able to control. We are working very, very diligently and very, very hard. But our message is that even the safest school in the state of Kansas and the United States continues to need to work harder to be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was part of the conversation that put together that grant funding for the safe and secure schools. And I don't remember us discussing anything about radios not being included. In fact, if we go back to 9/11, and I have a point to this, if we go back to 9/11, one of the biggest things that they identified as a problem in that response was interoperability, right? Radio interoperability and being able to communicate. And so it seems to me that's one of those fundamentals of school safety, that you have the ability to communicate when that's going down. So I don't know who makes that decision, but I'd be interested in having a conversation with them about how they got there. If that's one of the key things that a school is in need of, is the ability to communicate with local law enforcement, then we sure ought to be able to facilitate that if we can. I think that's key. So it's not really a question, but if you have a comment about that, if you could direct me to who we could talk to on that, I'd be glad to.
Absolutely. So again, to echo what you said, communication is usually the first thing that goes down in any kind of emergency situation. So it's definitely something that we want to build up as much as we can. As far as who wrote that into the bill, I can't direct you to that. But as far as 2567, the bullet point there, the acquisition and installation of security cameras, that paragraph was taken directly from the bill.
And because it didn't include radios, and they said that doesn't.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Next presentation we have is presentation on threats to Kansas security. Robert Jacobs with the KBI. Welcome back to the committee.
Turn this on too. Perfect. Okay. My name is Robert Jacobs. I'm the executive officer at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and I do appreciate the opportunity to come today and speak with you about the threats, the emerging threats to the state of Kansas. These are from the perspective of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, and we'd like to go through a couple of different items for you today. We'll start with the kind of an agenda of what we want to do today. We're going to talk about some current trends that we see in the state. Well, actually nationally and both within the state of Kansas. And so those trends, unfortunately, we're going to go through these four main topics. There's a lot of different threats out there, but we felt that these four topics are probably the most predominant threats in the state right now, and the ones that are impacting our communities the most. So we'll go through some national data, and then we'll get to specific threats within Kansas. So this is 2020 data, and I do realize that it's a little dated, but when looking at national data, they're a little lagging in getting data posted. And so, but I did want to point out that in 2020, on average, there was about a violent crime occurred every 24.7 seconds. And a property crime about every 4.9 seconds. This has been pretty consistent for years, but this is from, as I said, from 2020. Violent crime across the country really rose in 2020, between 2019 and 2020. That was consistent with what we saw here in Kansas as well. But one of the things I wanted to point out about this particular slide is that you'll notice that there was a significant jump in the number of incidents per 100,000 people. It went from 380 to 398, and that's an 18 incident jump, and that's pretty significant, I would say. For this next slide, I wanted to just throw this in here to show you. This again is 2020 data. And I think that the real significant point to this slide is and I know my pointer won't work here. I don't think on the TV, but I wanted to show you. It's hard to see with the box, the text box, but if you look at 2010 to 2014, Kansas was significantly under. Was significantly under the national violent crime average of violent crime incidents. However, in 2014, we flip-flopped. And now as we move into 2020, Kansas is significantly above the national average of violent crime per population. But that kind of tells us a little bit about the way that violent crime has gone in Kansas specifically, and how and where we need to address our focus. And so that was the point of the slide, was to really show you kind of the flip-flop that occurred around 2014. And you'll see in some future slides how our level of violence, violent crime in Kansas has continued to rise from 2014 on. Hopefully this will turn. Okay, thanks. So much like the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, the Kansas also collects data on number of criminal offenses and criminal arrests that are made in Kansas. The KBI is statutorily required to maintain those records, collect and maintain those records. And then every year we create a crime index report that summarizes that data and tells the public what types of crime trends are occurring in Kansas. We categorize those trends the same way that the FBI does, by separating them into violent crime and property crime. And I'm going to go through. I know my testimony has a lot of data in there and a lot of numbers. I'm going to go through and talk about some of those that occurred last year in Kansas, hopefully with some graphs that'll make it a little bit easier to follow. But we do want to talk about predominantly violent crime. I will address a little bit on property crime as we go. So this graph is basically what we see with violent crime in over the last several years, from 2012 to 2021. The yellow line indicates the 10-year average of where crime is for those 10 years, 2012 to 2021. You'll see, and again, sorry, it's right at the picture, but there is you'll see that the amount of crime did actually fall in 2021 from 2020. It fell 2.1%. That may not appear to be much. It is, although it was, again, remember that from 2014 to 2020, it was on a steady climb. We did see a small reduction in 2021. However, the point I want to make is that if you'll notice, even in 2021, we are still almost 18% above the 10-year average. And so what we're seeing is, again, violent crime is still elevated in the state, and we are still fighting that issue both nationally and within Kansas. So that rise did show a positive turn in 2021, and we hope that trend will continue. However, again, our concern is still at that 18%. The murder rate, if you remember last year, I talked about the murder rate in Kansas and how in 2020 we saw an all-time high murder rate of it had increased 48% between 2019 and 2020. We did see a small decline in 2021 as the graph represents. Again, much like the violent crime rate in general, we still see an elevated level above the 10-year average. So we are 22.7% above that 10-year average. Now, what's interesting also, if you look at this, where that 130 is, that was 2019. And if you wanted to compare how Kansas is doing now to how it was doing pre-pandemic, that would be 2019. And that represents a 33% still higher above where we were in 2019. So again, murder rate had a small decline of about 10.4%, a total of 20 murders in the state. However, we still have an elevated level. A little bit better news on sexual assault. It was, again, down 0.3%, but it continues to fall and has been falling for several years now. Since about 2018, we see the sexual assault and rape crime falling. It is still slightly above the 10-year average. We're at 2.8% above the 10-year average. but those crimes are continuing to decline, and we hope, again, that trend will continue. A lot of different measures that different agencies are going through, not only the Saki initiative that occurred in 2018. I think there's better awareness of sexual assault and what we're trying to, and better means of reporting and getting evidence collection done. So in Kansas, so I think that hopefully, again, that trend will continue downward. The robbery figures. Robbery has taken a pretty steep dive over the last several years, and that is positive news. We are seeing again, it's significantly below the 10-year average at 37% below. Robbery is a person crime where it involves, direct contact with people. So I'm not really sure what the meaning of why that's gone down compared to some of the other crimes. However, we're happy to see it continue to fall. Aggravated assaults and aggravated batteries. Again, pretty consistent with some of the others. We have a small 1-year decline. It's about 1.9% that it went down last year. Aggravated, but again, much like the violent crime rate, you can see that it had a pretty significant climb all the way from 2014 up to 2020. And again, much like violent crime, it was consistent with that. Now, I will say that with aggravated robbery and aggravated battery, this is one of the main drivers of the increase in violent crime over the years, just due to numbers. When these go up, our violent crime rate also goes up. I do want to comment, I didn't put any slides into the PowerPoint on property crime. I'm going to just generally tell you about property crime. Property crime for the last several years has fallen, and it continues to fall this year. The only big difference there, or exception to that, is motor vehicle thefts. Motor vehicle thefts were down a little bit, but we're still above the 10-year average. We see that predominantly in a lot of our larger populations, larger metropolitan areas. But for the most part, property crime did fall. Some speculate that is because people don't report property crime as much as they do when their car is stolen, because it's a significant issue. So that's why you see large reporting of motor vehicle thefts, but maybe not as much with some of the other property crime. Moving on, I'd like to talk a little bit now about the KBI and our response to violent crime. We have approximately 97 total agents. We work about 300 cases a year in those, and this is just violent crime cases specifically. Of those 97 total agents that we have currently working, 87 of those 97, we have 87 are filled, and we are authorized for 104, which gives us about a 17 position vacancy right now. Our investigations division is divided into two regions, or two divisions, I should say. We have our violent crime, or our field investigations division, and then what's considered our special operations division, which is our proactive group. That group works narcotics and does do violent crime as well. But out of that 97 folks, we really have about 38 that are working violent crimes, specifically assigned to violent crimes across the state. And again, with a caseload of about 300 cases in that division, that's quite a bit to work in a single year. Predominantly, most of the cases that our field investigations division works are violent crimes. I want to take a moment at this time to talk a little bit, or give you an example of how quickly a single incident can just have such a devastating impact on your resources from an agency standpoint. Many of you may be aware that this last Friday, we had an officer-involved shooting here in Topeka. There was several different, it was a significant event. We had 5 crime scenes alone, 5 separate crime scenes. Shots were fired at each of those crime scenes. The KBI brought 30 agents in from across the state to work this. We were asked to do the investigation of this incident. We had 30 agents. We had our crime scene response team that worked all these different crime scenes. We had we had laboratory personnel on scene, and we had analysts on scene, all working this event. The reason that this is so important is, as I mentioned, there's 38 special agents working this and across the state, and we brought 30 of them to to Topeka. So you might ask yourself, why are these things so resource heavy or impactful? Well, crime has been around forever, but what we don't see, or what we are now seeing, is it's different. It's different than when it was in the 80s and in the 90s and even in the 2000s and even 5 years ago. Crime now, cases like this, involve a tremendous amount of information. We have hundreds of interviews that we are going to do on this case, witnesses that saw the event. And about 10% of those, we roughly estimate, about 10% of those all pulled out their cell phones and took video. And so now we have to collect that video. And we have to collect video from everywhere else that had video going. Plus, and we have to have somebody sit there and watch that video and analyze that video. We're also looking at social media, the individual social media account, other people's social media account. We're looking at the digital footprint that this person has had, which may have led to what they did. Okay. So all of that takes time, and all of it takes a lot of resources. So these cases are big, and one single event can really devastate our resources. And that's the message I really wanted to provide today. I do want to talk a little bit about our crime scene team, maybe. I really appreciate all the backup. So our crime scene team, we have a dedicated crime scene team that is responsible for responding to major violent crimes across the state. Last year, they did 62 activations, so over one a week. And these are all over the state of Kansas. They are spread. We have people spread throughout the state and positioned across the state. But I think that the real interest here on this slide is to really discuss the fact that when we look at the activations that they went to, 91% of them were for violent crimes, and specifically death investigations and officer-involved shootings. So we aren't working these cases where we're just picking up evidence and going home. When we go on scene, we're oftentimes reconstructing that crime scene, where we spent days at times on crime scenes. And so it's not a matter of just picking up the evidence and going. It's an evaluation and an analysis of what occurred. And majority of them are for, as I said, death investigations and for officer-involved shootings. We don't do very much. We don't do very many other things besides those two types of cases. That's the majority of our work. I do want to make note, I know that it's hard to see, but there is an asterisk underneath the graph, and you'll see that the numbers don't match. And the reason that is on the graph, you'll see that there's 39 death investigations and 14 officer-involved shootings. Unfortunately, several of those officer-involved shootings also included deaths. And so we were investigating that piece of it as well. So all of that kind of goes in together. Okay, I'd like to move on from violent crime to crimes against children. Crimes against children continues to be one of the 4 priorities of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, one of the investigative priorities. There is an organization called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This group has many different programs to assist with child safety. The KBI works directly with, it's called NCMEC is the acronym for it. And I wanted to kind of explain to you a little bit about how NCMEC might get involved in a case, and then how eventually the KBI would get involved. There are electronic service providers. Think about Yahoo or Verizon, different service providers out there, internet providers out there, who are constantly looking for explicit photos within their venue. When they identify a photo that they question as to whether or not it's legal or not, and we're referring to child pornography most often, they will notify NCMAC of that photo, and they will not only give NCMAC the photo itself, but they will also give information on the IP address, the subscriber, different things like that. NCMAC will then send that information to a Internet Crimes Against Children task force. Every state has a task force, an ICAC task force, and this information goes to them with this tip. They created a tip, and they send that on down to the states, wherever that image may have come from. ICAC will then look at that tip and trying to identify the individual, and then they will actually also send that image back to NCMAC so that they can look through their database of known victims to try and match that person to that image to a known victim. The reason I bring all of this up is to talk about kind of what's been going on in Kansas. Before I do that, I want to kind of explain a little bit about the types of crime that we're talking about. So online enticement, this is from the NCMAC website. Online enticement is basically involves an individual trying to communicate with a child to entice that child to provide either sexual to do a sexual offense against that child or abduct that child. So the subject's trying to get contact with that child. Online, and the big important thing here, online enticements occur over so many different platforms. Social media, gaming. We think about how many of our kids have gaming systems, Xboxes and everything else. They can communicate through those, and that's a way that predators unfortunately communicate with children. Messaging apps and media. So some of the ways that, unfortunately, some of the ways that our own kids kind of make it easier for this is if they don't always tell the truth about their age, and then in order to get access to different platforms, different apps and things like that, that exposes them to people who may be a little bit older and may also have alternative agendas. So keeping track of that with our education and trying to make sure our parents are aware of that is important. But that's online enticement. It happens in several different forms. One of those forms is sextortion. Sextortion is what I thought was a new term, but actually it's been around for a while. And I want to take a moment to kind of explain sextortion, because I think we all probably understand it, but aren't realizing how much it's occurring. Sextortion is basically where an individual will contact a child and either solicit a sexual picture from them, photograph, and they send that via over the internet, or that individual may steal that photograph where two people have consensually given it to each other, steal it, but then that person turns around and either blackmails or threatens the victim into either providing more photographs or money in exchange for not sharing that photograph with the world, or specifically with their friends. So sextortion is occurring. You can see that teenage boys are the most common targets, and that we saw the point that I wanted to make on that second bullet point is that although in the past, primarily the motivation of the offender was to get additional sexual photos from the child, now we're seeing them really looking for money, and they're really trying to extort that child for money. So it's a concerning crime, I should say. Our child victims unit. So the KBI has two separate units that work with child victims. It's all together, but we have approximately 6 agents that are dedicated just to work child victim crimes across the state. We're divided into 3 investigative regions, and that puts about 2 in each region. Those agents working in our CVU unit are predominantly tasked with working cases that are referred to as Jessica law cases. Jessica law cases typically involve a child that is under 14 and there's a sexual contact with that child by an offender who is over 18. The statute for Jessica law is 215501. And what you'll see is that that statute allows for more severe penalties sentences. The mandatory 25 to life sentence if you're convicted of a Jessica law case. The reason that these are important is we have a lot of requests that come in from across the state for us to work crimes against children. Unfortunately, with limited resources under the CVU, we only have the ability to work Jessica law cases, the most severe cases that we have. And even those, we're getting overrun with them. So unfortunately. So I wanted to just point out some of the work that the CVU unit does. I think we would hope to expand that group and have more people working those types of cases. Our next group is the Northeast Child Victims Task Force. We talked about this last year, and I just wanted to reiterate the work that they're doing. You can see some of the statistics that they did in 2021, but the real alarming issue with this group is, remember we talked about the tips that come in from NCMEC, these cyber tips that go to the ICAC, which is based in Wichita, and then those tips are farmed out to the local agencies. KBI has a lot of those that we get because we work throughout the state. The Northeast Child Victims Task Force is currently sitting on approximately 200 plus cyber tips that we can't even assign to people because we don't have the resources to do it. That's just in the Northeast region. These tips from examining and the really concerning thing is if you look, we examined the cases that the Northeast Victims Task Force is working, and about 50% of those cases where an individual is trading explicit pictures over the internet also involve that individual having direct contact and victimizing a child. So if we look at the fact that we have 200 plus cases in the Northeast region, and 50% of those could potentially have direct contact with children, it's a real concern. This is one of our main focuses, hopefully in the next year to address, because we believe creating replica task forces like what we have here in the Northeast, in the West, and in the Southeast is critical. Because of what we were seeing with the NCMEC tips that were coming in, we actually started assigning people, agents in the Western region, to work those tips. These people are assigned other cases. This is not their primary responsibility. They were doing it as collateral duty because we had so many coming in, and we just knew that Western Kansas needed to be addressed. Western Kansas is currently sitting on another 150 cases that we haven't assigned yet, or tips, I should say, that we haven't assigned yet. So again, we haven't even looked at Southeast Kansas yet because we just don't have the personnel to do it. I think that the amount of work that a duplicate or replicate task force in both Western Kansas and Southeast Kansas could work a lot. I mean, could do really great work. And we think it's vital that we get those put in place. Much like what we're seeing with ICAC and the task force, we talked to the group, to this committee last year about our work with DCF, or our hope to create an initiative between the KBI and DCF to help identify children who are physically and sexually being abused. That work, we still stand in support of that initiative. We do believe that it's important. When I looked at the DCF task force, or I'm sorry, the DCF website, there were over 70,000 referrals for protective services to DCF last year. And of those, 50% included physical and sexual abuse. So I think that written testimony really touches on our concerns with DCF, not with the agency, but with the need to collaborate with DCF. And I hope that the legislature would support any sort of initiative where we try and do that. I know it's been in front of you before, and we will continue to support that and encourage that because we think that is a very valuable piece. I know I'm running out of time here, so I'll move on to drugs. The high intensity drug trafficking area. We're going to look at a couple of narcotics, illicit drugs in Kansas, and kind of what we're seeing across Kansas. HIDA puts out an annual report as well. And just to remind everyone, this includes 6 different states. Kansas is one of them, but it also includes Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Illinois. HIDA's 2021 threat assessment identified that marijuana, methamphetamine, heroin, and synthetic opioids are the most commonly seen and used drug in this HIDA region. Transnational drug trafficking organizations continue to dominate most of the drug trade in the Midwest, and organized groups are using different technologies to try and improve their drug trade, and that includes GPS tracking on shipments, money laundering, different types of payment options, and so we still see that as an issue. One way to also kind of evaluate the amount of drugs that are in Kansas and what we're seeing across Kansas is to look at our laboratory and the submissions that are coming into our chemistry section. So in 2021, marijuana, methamphetamine, and cocaine remained the 3 main predominant submissions of narcotics to Kansas or to our lab. Marijuana had about 7,000 submissions. Methamphetamine had almost equal 7,000 submissions, and cocaine had about 520 submissions. This will become important on the next slide, so I'll kind of keep you in suspense there. But I'll let you know that last year our chemistry section did see about an 18.5% increase in submissions just in narcotics. And I do want to point out, I think it's important to point out that obviously this is for all the areas except Johnson County and Sedgwick County. They utilize their own laboratories, and so these are just numbers from us. So this is what I really want to hit on with our drug concern in Kansas, fentanyl. Fentanyl is an opioid that has been for many years has been seen across the country and has really impacted a lot of other states, specifically the eastern coast states, dramatically. And we haven't seen those similar types of effects here in Kansas, but now we're starting to. So you can see by the graph that fentanyl, we had about a 570% increase in submissions of fentanyl to our laboratory last year. These are coming in through counterfeit pills being made. People are making pills that look like Xanax, that look like other types of medication and narcotics, to include ecstasy and everything else. But they have fentanyl in them, and fentanyl is a very dangerous drug. We are unfortunately on pace to go above what we saw this year and have about a 92% increase in fentanyl submissions for next year. So we're going to be for 2022, we'll be about 900 submissions. I wanted to just point out, I put this picture on here to kind of give you an understanding of the amount of fentanyl it would take to overdose. This is a penny, and what you see next to it is 2 milligrams of fentanyl. And it does not take much. And you can overdose, and it can be lethal at about 2 milligrams. The real concern with what people are doing with fentanyl is they're putting them in other products, but there's no quality control to that. I mean, one batch of pill making may have 1 milligram of fentanyl in one pill and 6 milligrams in the other. And what we start to see is a hot batch, and then people start dying. And so it's a real concern. I did want to point out that it is such a concern nationwide that in 2022, between the the months of May and September, the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, did an initiative called One Pill Can Kill across the country. They were really targeting fentanyl, not only fentanyl pills, but fentanyl powder. During the One Pill Can Kill initiative, they seized more than 10.2 million counterfeit pills with fentanyl in them. They seized 980 pounds of powder fentanyl, which is equivalent to about 36 million lethal doses. Additionally, they were able to seize 338 illegal weapons, including rifles, shotguns, pistols, and hand grenades. 390 criminal cases were made from this initiative. 51 of those were tied to specific drug overdoses. 35 of them were cases linked to one or both of the primary Mexican cartels that are bringing fentanyl into the United States. And kind of going back to our social media talk, 129 investigations had ties to a social media platform of some kind. So those drugs are being distributed and advertised through social media and things like that. Not distributed through the social media, but advertised. So this past year, the KBI partnered with the Kansas Board of Emergency Medical Services, EMS, and HIDA to implement OD mapping. OD mapping is a program that catches real-time overdoses. And so when an EMS individual is sent out on a suspected overdose or a call for EMS services, that information is loaded into OD mapping, and then OD mapping tracks it. Why this is important is what we have OD mapping is good for is if we have a community in Kansas, and I'm going to give you an example of one, where OD mapping is seeing that on average, we see about within a 24-hour period, 2 to 3 calls for a suspected drug overdose. And now all of a sudden you see 5 or 6 calls for a suspected drug overdose. That alerts law enforcement that there could be a fentanyl supply going into that community, and we can send resources there to address that issue. And that has happened. I'm going to give one example, and that's exactly it. It was a medium-sized town here in Kansas. On average, they saw about 2 calls for drug overdoses within every 24-hour period. And all of a sudden, we saw 5. And so OD mapping alerted law enforcement to that community. KBI was able to send resources there, as well as notify the local department and agencies to address and try and stop that fentanyl supply coming in. That real-time intelligence is critical to being able to stop people from overdosing and dying. And that's why OD mapping is so important. To point out, and it may be hard to read here, I had one of our agents do a screenshot of the OD mapping map. And this is from, I believe, September 27th, so just about a week ago. And since from January 1st to September 27th, we had about 8,200 suspected overdoses in Kansas. And of those, 175 were fatal. So we don't have the same numbers of fatal overdoses as in Pennsylvania and some of the other states, but we do have, it is rising. And that's the thing that's most concerning. So let's talk about cybercrime. Cybercrime, obviously, there's a lot of concern for cybercrime. This state has unfortunately been victimized by cybercrime over the last couple of years, along with many businesses and individuals. The IC3, or the Internet Crime Complaint Center, takes complaints from the public as to if they've been victimized by cybercrime, some form of cybercrime. Those complaints are kind of, they take those in, they ferry those tips out to local agencies to work those crimes, but they also obviously create an internet crime report each year. Last year, the IC3 received $6.5 million complaints. I'm sorry, not just last year. Since its inception in 2000, it's received 6.5 million complaints. Last year, it increased its complaints to 850,000 just in last year alone. Overall, across the country, that led to $6.9 billion in lost revenue or lost funding from citizens and businesses and probably governments as well. I put in our testimony that the 5 most common types of crime that we see with cybercrime are extortion, identity theft, personal data breaches, non-payment and non-delivery services, and then what most people are probably probably familiar with are phishing or social engineering type activity. In Kansas, there was 2,693 complaints made to the IC3 website during 2021. And of those, Kansas victims lost about $26 million. In 2020, through the 2019 legislature, the KBI received funding to create a cybercrimes unit. This was phase 1 of our plans for a unit. We hired 6 people and 1 supervisor. Those people are up and running now. And one of the big highlights that I want to point out, I think that we're all pretty familiar with the fact that unfortunately the Kansas Labor Department had some fraud that they experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have 2 of our cybercrime agents, so I can't even talk now, cybercrime agents who are actually assigned to federal task forces. This is a crime that oftentimes you'll see is tied to places outside of Kansas. So partnering with federal agencies to be able to widen that jurisdiction is very important. Well, during our last year, one of those agents who's assigned to, it's actually Secret Service Task Force, Cybercrime Task Force, that group was able to recover approximately $4.5 million of the money lost through the Labor Department for Kansas. I probably can't talk too much about the case because it is ongoing, but I did want to at least tell you about a positive note with some of that cybercrime fraud that happened 2 years ago. Again, I think that the real important thing when we talk about cybercrime and talk about the difficulties and the challenges that we see with cybercrime is that we still aren't seeing a lot of reporting. Reporting is still a problem. We talked about that last year in this committee. We need to really emphasize reporting and build on educating businesses and individuals themselves to report when they're victimized by cybercrime. There's a lot of reasons people don't do that, but for us to be able to work those cases and to hold those accountable who do these things, we need people to report it. So that's our hope. So in summary, I just wanted to again thank the committee for being able to present this morning. We still are concerned with violent crime. Our clearance rate at the KBI, as you saw in testimony, is only, I think it was 60%, or maybe even lower than that. It's pretty small. It's going down because of the amount of cases that we have and our ability to effectively finish those cases within our 90-day time period. We fail to meet that 90-day time period in about 60% of the cases. And that's not fair to the victims. That's not fair to law enforcement. It's not fair to prosecution and the courts. We need to do better at that. Resources are obviously going to help that. We also think that our obviously, as we talked about crimes against children, 350 cyber tips awaiting assignment is something that we need to be better at that. And we need the ability to work those cases to protect that vulnerable population and create that safety net for children so that they aren't being victimized by individuals. We just went over fentanyl. Fentanyl obviously is a drug that is very concerning. We're seeing increasing numbers every year. And as you saw, the amount of fentanyl necessary to overdose and to be fatal is a very small amount. It's a very dangerous drug, and we need to have a better grip on it. Increased resources to be able to go out into our communities, identify these career criminals, identify the ones who are doing violent crime, often associated with narcotics, and be able to take them off the streets is incredibly important. So once again, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you our view of the emerging threats to Kansas, and I would be happy to stand for questions.
Any questions? Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. Really good. You didn't have the fentanyl stats in the presentation that you were zipping through there, and I thought that was real informative. Could we get those?
Absolutely. And I apologize. Last year I came up here and I did my PowerPoint and I basically read off the PowerPoint. That's terrible. And so this year I tried to just hit highlights, but I wanted to verbally tell you, and I'm absolutely, I'd be happy to send you that data. Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
If you send that to the committee assistant or Jill, it would be appreciated. The whole committee can get it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Other questions? Representative
On that date is when we did the screen capture.
Well, that was on that day.
That was January 1st, 2021 through, sorry. No, that's from January 1st to September 27th. Yes, sir. Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing it up because I didn't mention this, but we look at that map, and I'll bring it back here. So predominantly you can tell from the map that we see areas of high density, high population, the Wichita area kind of in the lower center, and then the metropolitan areas on the east side of the state. But I think the important thing to note is that it's happening everywhere. It's not just in the urban areas. This is occurring across the state, and people are being affected by it all over.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. You always do a great job, and not this good news, but it's we're fighting the fight. So my question is, what's the deterrent on some of these crimes? Obviously, putting people in jail hasn't deterred anything. We can't build jails fast enough, and the stigma of going to jail seems to have been minimalized. So, I guess as a layperson, what do we need to do different? I thought maybe if we took their citizenship away from them, that'd help, and send them back down to the border and let them figure out how to come back in. But somewhere we got to do something different.
Well, I thank you, Representative Baker. I appreciate that question. Unfortunately, I don't know that there's any one expert out there that says that if we do this, it's going to make a difference. Obviously, the proliferation of narcotics in Kansas is a problem. We need to, especially fentanyl, we need to address that by having a robust narcotics group of people that are working those cases, trying to minimize the amount of transnational groups bringing that narcotic into Kansas, and try and address that the best that we can with resources and aggressive enforcement, really. As far as violent crime, again, although we saw a national trend upwards during COVID, I don't know that there's any one person that would ever tell you that was the reason that the crime went up, because it was already going up. We saw it going up since 2014. I wish I had a magic answer for you. I don't know what the answer is. Again, aggressive enforcement and identifying these issues as quickly as we can, and sending resources to be able to address them and get them off the streets so that we don't have repeat offenders.
So I guess my only comment is on the drug situation, the amount of money the profit in those drugs, and the people we're dealing with at the local level, that's peanuts. That's the end user. There are some people higher up the chain that are making an awful lot of money.
I would assume so. They wouldn't be doing it. Yeah,
it's just staggering, and I think somewhere we need to call a timeout and reevaluate the way the penal system and see if we can't find something that deters that, because putting people in jail, gosh, I know we're getting ready to build another jail in our town, and when does that ever end? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at this OD mapping, this isn't just fentanyl. It could be heroin, prescription drugs, other things like that, right?
That is a great point, and thank you for pointing that out. You're absolutely correct. It is not just fentanyl. This can be anything. It could be an individual who, because it is just suspected overdose, and when EMS arrives, it could be an overdose on a prescription medication. So it isn't just fentanyl. I think that we are seeing a lot of fentanyl based on what we see in our laboratory and the number of submissions that are going up. But you're absolutely correct. This is not just fentanyl. And just to mention also with fentanyl, as I mentioned earlier, it is a dangerous drug. We've actually implemented and have for years standards within our laboratory to protect our own folks, for any law enforcement officer to submit anything that they even suspect could be fentanyl in Kansas. That has to be double bagged. So to protect an extra layer between that drug and whoever may be touching it, whether it's an officer, whether it's our evidence people, or the chemist that's actually doing the testing. So it is a dangerous drug.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. I did appreciate being able to sit in and hear this information. So one, regarding the fentanyl, the legislature had an opportunity this past year to allow fentanyl testing strips to be considered, non-drug related, and for individuals to have those. Do you know of any other experiences of other states where they may have made those fentanyl testing strips available? And is that a way to not necessarily reduce the crime, but clearly reduce the effect of that crime?
Thank you, Senator Francisco. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any data on other states, but I'd be happy to look at it and get that for you and the committee as well. I honestly don't know if other states have done it. I remember the legislation going through or being introduced, and then with fentanyl strips last session, and I know it was a debated topic, but I'd be happy to look into it.
Thank you. Information from you could help. And then the other thing is, you mentioned the concern about repeat offenders. And I'm not sure what information you have or what you share with our correctional facilities, because obviously whatever we can do to reduce recidivism, if people come out, if we've given them training, if we've given them an opportunity for a job, if we're helping them find another path, that would be helpful, because I don't know that we want to pay to keep people in prison forever. I don't think, for what sometimes the offense has been, they deserve to be in prison forever. But we need to make sure that, as much as possible, people who've committed a crime are in prison once.
Agreed. And I do appreciate that. I will tell you, when I was referring to repeat offenders, so the KBI Special Operations Division is a proactive group that goes out and not only works these drug crimes in Kansas, but also works violent crime criminals. And oftentimes what it does is it goes into communities, it talks to law enforcement and says, tell us who the problem people are. How can we get them out of your community, or identify those and work a case, if appropriate, to address what they may be doing in the community. Part of how that occurs is through an offender classification program, and that offender classification program looks at criminal history, multiple crimes that they may have occurred, and tendency to commit violence. And so when that offender classifications done, we have I think it's 1 to 5. They classify these offenders on 1 to 5, and then they go after the most severe offenders who are the highest danger to the community. And so that's that proactive group. But as far as working with KDOC and the prisons, obviously it's something that I will look into and see if our agency is providing that information. I know KDOC does have access. I believe they have access to the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System and have ability to look at some of that as well. Yep.
Representative Baker.
Thank you for the second time. So we've heard a lot about terrorism and things like that over the last year, and I think in the past years you've mentioned some of the extreme groups we've had here in Kansas. How does terrorism look in Kansas right now going into the fall election and some of the things we just got through seeing this last summer? Any thoughts on that?
I don't. Thank you. I don't know that we have any active concerns of groups in Kansas right now. We have the Kansas has the Fusion Center, which looks at more of a homeland security threat that may be tied to Kansas. But within our Special Operations Division, we have an intelligence group that often does do real-time look at intelligence coming out regarding hate crimes, groups of threat, and anytime that may be rising to the level of where we need to see it, we can again send resources to interview that person or to even just monitor them for their activity and determine if any of it is illegal. So we don't profile, we don't try and stop them, especially when we had demonstrations here. Perfectly constitutional to do demonstration, but we did kind of watch some of that previously for illegal activity, and at that point then we can intervene. But I'm not aware of any particular terroristic groups right now that are operating in Kansas.
Any questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see we have additional testimony. Do we have another person going to testify? It looks like the information is similar to what we just received. I don't want to ask a question if we have another person going to be another conferee.
Director, are you speaking? We wouldn't want to give you a missed opportunity.
Okay. Well, with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to show some ignorance here. I may be the only one in the room. Fentanyl. I have no idea why it is such an increasing demand for the product. Look, I don't know if it's a relatively new drug. I don't know what it does, why a person would want to take it. I realize that there is the economic benefit to the pushers, the drug dealers, and the cartel and so forth. But if you can tell me, why would a person purchase fentanyl? What are they looking to get from it? I understand marijuana and some other drugs, what a person's looking, but fentanyl, I didn't even know how to spell it till today.
Senator Peck, I'd be happy to try to answer that question, but with a little bit of a disclaimer. I can't crawl into somebody's head that would use a substance such as fentanyl with the risks that are associated with it. Fentanyl was originally a medical drug, a medical tool that was very effective to deal with post-operative pain and that type of thing. It has characteristics very similar to heroin. And so it's a synthetic drug that's chemically manufactured, and the basic chemical composition is about 10 times more powerful than just opium or heroin. And there are different levels of fentanyl. There's something called carfentanil, which is a large animal kind of drug, but it's it's either 100 or 1,000. I start getting my levels of those drugs confused, but it is extremely dangerous because the amount that was up there that was shown next to that penny of carfentanil would be deadly to everybody in this building. I can't tell you why someone would want to ingest that other than it creates a very mellow kind of opiate high, if you will. It started coming about that we began seeing it as a filler for other drugs because it is relatively inexpensive. And so instead of using some of the add-ons that people who sell drugs would put into their substances, they started using fentanyl. And over time, some of the underlying substances, the other opioids, have just kind of gone away because fentanyl is easy, quick, cheap, and unfortunately, because of that, it's very fatal. I can't tell you why someone would want to use that. Why someone would want to use that substance, but I'd have a hard time explaining why somebody would want to use methamphetamine or any of the other abused drugs that are out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that answer because that was my thing. I never have understood why anyone wanted to use any drug. I never gone down that road, and I'm not going to criticize anyone who has, but it just doesn't make sense to me that an individual would want to put something such as this into their body. But if it's what you indicated, that I guess you'd say causes them to relax or just feel no pain, if you will. I don't know, but that at least gives me a better understanding of what fentanyl is and potentially why a person would want to accept the risk. But I did appreciate the comments that there's such an inconsistency in the amount of fentanyl put into the various other drugs that a person might consume. But it's something that's can be put into cocaine, so it would be snorted or sniffed. It can also be taken orally, I'm guessing. Is it ever smoked, put in with weed or anything else, and would it do anything?
You know, we've even seen it sprinkled over marijuana. Any way of ingestion into the body is possible, but the greatest method, if you will, is through tablets. There's something psychological about taking a tablet of a medical substance, because everybody says, well, fentanyl is a drug that is used in hospitals. And if I take a tablet, there's something different about that than putting a rubber band around your arm and shooting it into your veins. So I think it removes some of the stigma of drug abuse, maybe. Nothing to back that up, just years of experience, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Thompson. Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. And this might be a question for either or both of you. Do we have any indication that there's any particular demographic that is more likely to be using fentanyl in particular, or any of the opioids that, on the map in particular? Is there any indication that there's any particular group that's more likely to be using that?
Short answer, no.
So
I think the use of fentanyl and those types of substances would mirror the demographic layout of the population.
So clearly not immigrants more than anybody else.
I can't say that our data in Kansas would show that, and I can't say data nationally would show that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the fentanyl discussion is scary. We've been hearing of the opioid crisis, for years now, and it seemed to have hit the East Coast quite a few years prior to it, maybe catching up to Kansas. And today's brief seems like we might be on top of seeing it here in the Midwest. The Children's Victim Unit, I want to say 6 years ago, there were 6 agents staffed to that, and I did not see in the written report or the PowerPoint whether or not our SVU is up or down as far as rates go. You know, we've got these graphs, you know, from 2012 to 2021 for murder rate and so on and so forth. I didn't know if we were still staffed at 6 and an increased load, or if that load was also decreasing. It was mentioned that we're still only able to investigate Jessica's Law. Maybe I just paused there. Does that question make sense?
Let me try to answer where I think you're going. The first part, when we started becoming aware of child victim crimes in our state, we recognized the need for highly trained individuals with special tools to make those cases. So we initially received funding for and staffed a statewide unit with 6 people. That staffing level for that unit has stayed stable. That's a statewide response group that if a sheriff's office or a police department asks for help, we respond. There have been movement in and out. That's really a high risk place for an investigator to be. There's a lot of things that create some stress there. So we want to make sure we try to keep that group fluid, if you will. So there's been movement in and out, but the basic staffing level has been consistent at 6. Then we started looking several years ago at what was going on in Wichita. And Wichita had a very effective multidisciplinary system where they worked on child victim crimes. It involved practitioners, it involved law enforcement, prosecutors, courts, and we wanted to replicate that task force situation, if you will. So we received funding to do that as the first one we're going to try is in Topeka. We had space to put it. We wanted to do this. So that task force came about, and there were 6 people assigned to that. And that included members of the Attorney General's staff, our staff, the Topeka Police Department, and we are entertaining some additions from some other local agencies in this area. That has been the most effective tool that we have had to address these issues. It's just the way that it's structured. They focus on child victim crime. They all work together. They have great relationships with our local partners. It works very well. So our goal now is to replicate those in the other regions of the state. And those of you who might be on appropriations will see those plans in this session coming up. So there is the statewide unit. There is a specific task force of multi-jurisdictional, multidisciplinary task force in Northeast. There's also an overwhelming need, especially in Western Kansas. We don't have the numbers out there that we need. So we have been assigning those high-level Jessica's Law cases to our other field agents who have assignments generally with other types of violent crime. So our response is 3-tiered at this point: a statewide group, a task force in the Northeast, and then we're still using people within our general ranks when we have those high-level kinds of cases against children. Does that answer?
think that's more than I anticipated. You know, I just wanted to make sure that we had proper staff for the job. I can't imagine the load that comes with working in that unit. So I understand what you talked about, the rotation to keep the agent's mental health, you know, in mind as well. But the Topeka MDT model, for lack of a better term, is new news to me, and I'm happy we're seeing, you know, progress with that. So that's good news. It sounds like, and then if I may, Mr. Chair, I want to say years ago in an FB or KBI report, we saw the amount of violent crimes involving firearms versus the amount of violent crimes not involving firearms. Is that something that we still keep track of, and is that information that we could get as a committee? And I only bring that up because we were at a forum back home, and it came up, and the people were really interested to compare the number of crimes involving the firearm versus the number of crimes not involving a firearm.
Okay. So I've got to give a little bit of a background explanation here. The data that's collected in Kansas about crime is through something called KIVERS, the Kansas
Incident-based reporting.
There you go. It slipped me there. But that is reliant upon data from local law enforcement agencies. The base KIVERS system is fairly high level and it's very antiquated. So there's not a lot of richness to the data that is collected. We can give you data that would say there was a local department responded to X crime and they checked the box that there was a firearm involved. The nature, any details surrounding that, we aren't going to be able to help you at this point. So it's very high level data and it's just not very rich data. And I'm not sure what conclusions you can really draw from it other than a local law enforcement officer responded to an incident and in his evaluation or her evaluation, there was a firearm involved in that particular criminal event.
It could be in the vehicle, could be part of. I understand what you're saying, and I want to say I saw that once and hadn't seen it since. So that's why I was asking if it was still information that was collected, and maybe the time I saw it, it was specific, you know, to one area. Like I say, I want to say it's been 6 years ago, so memory may not serve me as correctly as I'd like it to. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I want to say I do appreciate not only having the slides, but having the written testimony. It's great for a refresher. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir. Committee, we need to turn our attention to discussion and recommendations that we would like to include in our report. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to reel back a little bit to the school safety and the question that I had about the radio systems and why they weren't included or how that came about. Then I went right back to his presentation on Senate Bill 106, Section 76 on page 4. Now, the third bullet says, it's the State Board of Education under the subsection shall include, but are not limited to, communication systems, including but not limited to systems for interoperability between the school district and law enforcement agencies. So I don't know how we skipped over that part. Did I misunderstand something in the presentation that got quashed somehow? Because to me, the idea of the radio systems being included in this funding idea was exactly what we were getting at. The other thing that I'm kind of disappointed in is how it was used. We're putting $5 million. We want to dedicate $5 million, and we come up with that number because we weren't certain what the call would be. How much would it be? We don't want to overfund something that isn't going to be used, but at the same time, it could be something we can adjust. If they're getting an $11 million request annually on average, then maybe we need to up that at least for, a short time. We need to consider maybe dedicating more funds, and I'm offering this as a discussion, more funding for that, maybe for 2 years, to see if we could get that. And I would like to see it, instead of being dispersed by how many students you have in the school and spread over all these school districts, how about we start addressing it like we do mini grants? And that is what the need is this year. And then next year we'll do it again. And we'll start getting these systems set up completely for these schools. You know, one of the things that we looked at when we had this discussion is not all school systems can afford, for instance, putting key card locks on all their doors. A very simple thing, but they can't afford to do it. That's what we were talking about, putting video systems up for schools that couldn't afford it. And instead now it's getting $18 a student. Well, I've got a couple of schools in my district that isn't going to do a whole lot for, you know? So anyway, these are some of the concerns I had with that.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at two parts of the testimony about communications, and I'm also interested, so I'm very glad that follow-up question was asked. But the reference to communication systems was part of Senate Bill 106, Section 76, 2018, and the Safe and Secure School Grant was House Bill 2567. So on page 10, or the slide 9, actually, that may be where they thought the funding was more restricted. Because it says that expenditure shall be made from the school safety and security grants account approved by the State Board of Education for the, and then they lay out the acquisition and installation of security cameras. So I think in our report, we could say previously there had been recommendations for communication systems, and we might ask the legislature to take an additional look at that if House Bill 2567 does not allow it.
I would be in agreement with that. And I see what you're saying now. I think that's what he said to me, and I missed how he put those two together, but I got it now. Thank you for pointing that out.
I think we need to make sure when we make that recommendation that we do specify that the interoperable 800 megahertz radios would be included, or have a legislature look at that.
Well, I think many of us would believe that that communication system would be important, and we would like, I will certainly at our next NG 911 meeting ask them to make any comments on what they feel is important regarding interoperability and what communications those dispatch units would want to be receiving.
Maybe someone want to formulate a recommendation, or Jill, do you have enough if we wanted to vote on this concept?
Jill Shelley, Legislative Research. I'd be more than happy to wordsmith and run it by the people who have been speaking on this issue.
That would be great. I do think, how about if we just have a vote on, do we want to include this in our report? I'll make that motion and we include something dealing with the interoperability radios for schools in our report. Seconded by Representative Baker. All those in favor signify by saying aye. And Jill will get that information out to the two people that are working on it and make sure that it's agreed upon. Any other information that we want to add in the report? I just heard some things from the KBI. I didn't know if we wanted to look at some of the children's units or. Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps the committee would want to say, we heard from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation that the task force in Northeast Kansas was providing results. And This committee would like to see that replicated in the Southeast Kansas and the West.
Any further comments on that? Yes, you can. Director, would you stand for another question?
If you could clarify for us, do you think a money ask is what you have there primarily to man those units? It sounds like it. It sounds plainly it would be a money ask, but do you think that would be the thing that is your biggest hurdle right now to putting those people out there?
It is. It's going to require additional personnel. The training for that type of unit is pretty expensive and extensive. We also would need to find a place to house them. We have nowhere in the western side of the state where we have sufficient office space to do that, nor in the southeast part of the state to do that. So generally, yes, it will be a money ask, and that is the first ask that will come about in appropriations is for 2024. And that will be a unit in western Kansas where we feel that has that's where we are most lacking that resource.
Thank you.
Further comments on the recommendation? Anybody opposed to including that in the recommendation? See none, Jill? Representative Owsley, did you have something you wanted to add to that? Sorry, I forgot. Committee, we did have another meeting back a few weeks ago. Anybody have any recommendations out of it? Dealt a lot with cybersecurity. A lot of audit reports. Representative Baker.
Thank you. You know, the all these different initiatives, they all take a lot of money. You know, these smaller counties are really going to be in trouble because we got notice yesterday that health insurance goes up 10% next year too, and that's a big part of our budget out there in the smaller counties. Somewhere we've got to have a template on how these counties can start affiliating and sharing the cost of some of this, because boy, they're sure vulnerable, and you know they're struggling, and they're gonna struggle a whole lot more. You know, they've got by the last couple of years with all the COVID money and the ARPA money, and that's probably gone now. So they're gonna have some tough times. So hopefully in the next year or two we can figure out a good template from somewhere. Maybe somebody's got a good example of how you can take and share some of those government services in between agencies. But we're going to have to do something, because right now we have lots of government out there, and it all costs a lot of money.
Our average law enforcement size in our state is very small. We have the Highway Patrol backing up. They're having recruiting issues. Taking away resources. The KBI is providing a lot of backup for investigations for our smaller communities. And this is something I think we need to look at. And our counties do need to work together.
Well, you heard the numbers on the Highway Patrol and how hard difficult it is to get to. Well, you can imagine how difficult it is to hire city and county patrolmen too. I mean, and they're having a hard time just getting applicants. So they've been fortunate; they've had some funding available to pay those people. That funding is gonna start running out. There's gonna be some tough decisions ahead.
Further questions, comments, or recommendations? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just kind of wondering, where do our Native American nations from the state of Kansas fall into this data, or do they come into it at all? When we received the data with the opioids, the trafficking and all that, Do our Native Americans, the Kickapoos, the Iowa, the Sac Fox, do they come into play on some of this data?
Director Thompson, you can take a stab at that.
I will. I'm questioning exactly the come into play. They're fully participatory in all of the record collection systems that we have. They're fully participatory in ks.gov, the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System. They provide data for their respective areas. So I view that as fully participatory in the law enforcement community, the public safety community. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
Yes, if we can maybe stratify the data that you're getting from different Native American nations that we have here in the state of Kansas to see and pinpoint which crimes of violence, trafficking, drugs are specific, just so we'll know what's going on with those individual tribes and how we can assist them, or how the federal government assists them. I don't know how to word that.
Okay. This is probably going to be a little longer answer than what you had hoped for. Current system, we can't do that. There's nothing in the Kybers network that would say this was an offense in a particular area, because some of the Native American tribes report to the sheriff's offices in that jurisdiction, and there would be no real indication that this report came from a tribal policing agency. So it's difficult at this point in time, but there is a new repository that is being built. It's been in process for about 3 years. We recently received a $3 million federal direct appropriation to finish that up. So in the next 2 years, we'll receive 1.5 million and then another 1.5 million to put data analytics on top of the enhanced data that we're collecting. So it will be much more usable to you as appropriators, you as oversight members, for agency administrators, academia. Everything will have a benefit because the robust nature of the data will increase dramatically. I could answer that question in 3 years. That's the best I can do at this point.
I may not be here next year, but
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did listen to, this is Highway Patrol, so I did listen to the comments that were made by the Kansas Highway Patrol. And I think the committee may want to just say, we recognize that there will be concerns during the renovation of the docking state office building. And we appreciate all efforts of the Department of Administration to provide appropriate temporary facilities. And I don't know if anyone wanted to comment on the request for additional CAG positions that were requested if those renovations occurred.
Committee. I believe they would ask for those positions in the normal appropriations, but the first part of that, recognition, I think is highly appropriate for our report. Anybody opposed to that? Trying to save time here. Excellent. Further questions or recommendations? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, and I'm glad that members of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation are still here. I heard when they were explaining about fentanyl that there may be some people that are just looking to take fentanyl because that's something that they've taken and it makes them feel good, but also that it can be used as a cheaper but much more hazardous substitute for cocaine or other drugs. And I think that's where the testing strips were proposed, that people may, I mean, we may not want people to be buying opium, but people are buying opium. Do we want to let them know that they're buying opium laced with fentanyl, or do we want to make that harder? I don't know that anyone else in the committee is wanting to include that, but I think it is an issue that could provide some protection for some of our citizens who are not being model citizens at this point.
Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I absolutely think that's a great idea. Folks in general, as I understand it, not that I'm the expert, but folks in general would be happy to avoid fentanyl for the most part, is my understanding, but they don't know. And there's no way to legally know whether there's fentanyl in what they're considering taking or not. And that is the specific of the time when fentanyl strips would be. I think we should revisit that whole issue, honestly.
I had a question on that issue. Was if we took fentanyl strips out of the listing of drug paraphernalia, would they still be probable cause for a search if someone saw them in a vehicle? If an officer saw them in a vehicle, for illegal drugs? Oh, you can. Appreciate that.
Generally, that would make a finding of probable cause much more difficult. Something about fentanyl strips, they're not real discriminatory other than this is fentanyl. It's not going to tell you whether it's a safe dose of fentanyl. It's going to be a fatal dose of fentanyl. It is merely a way of saying whatever you touch that testing strip to, there's fentanyl there. There are two sides of the equation about whether or not that would encourage people to use. If they thought they had a mechanism to determine whether or not there is fentanyl in a particular substance. And if so, I don't know that I would want to risk my life on a presumptive test by a fentanyl test strip to decide whether or not I'm going to ingest an illegal substance. It's hard for me to get there. No. So was I anywhere close to trying to answer your question also, Mr. Chair? I can't say that would be an absolute. Each situation is so different. What else is present, the circumstances of the contact, all of those things would come into play.
Mr. Director, can I add to that? So one of the things that it would do is it would, if it were in plain sight and we recognized it, then it would be probable cause. But if it weren't, there's a number of things we can look at that we call indicators or clues that help to build probable cause. So it wouldn't remove it from that list. So if we saw it along with 2 or 3 other things, maybe then we develop a totality of the circumstances. But in and of themselves, if you took them off of the list, in and of themselves, then it would not provide the probable cause, I believe, in most circumstances. And as he has inferred, there are a lot of different circumstances that can set that up and make it yes, it would, and no, it wouldn't if you did that.
Thank you for the help. Representative Baker.
Thank you. Don't you think maybe the federal government's going to step in on this and issue some kind of an edict on it? I mean, this fentanyl is, it's a nationwide problem, and it's, hopefully the federal government will do something at the federal level to make it consistent all the way across.
I'm not sure even how to respond because I'm not aware of anything on a federal level where there's been any kind of effort to do that, what you're describing. So I'm not sure how to answer your question.
We saw in the news last week they had 65 million doses of fentanyl up there to kill all these millions of people. I would think that somewhere the federal government is getting a lot of pressure. I mean, it's coming in this country from other countries. I don't think it's manufactured here. Maybe it is. But yeah, I would think somewhere there, the federal government would really need to step up and maybe for once do their job.
Committee, that several people on both sides of this issue in the Senate have said that they're going to discuss it again this year. I do believe that will come up. So. Any further comments? Good discussion, committee. We have a few items to report. Is there anything else to come before the committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Drive home safely.